We're at the edge of Maine and New Hampshire. Headed down to Pennsylvania. Oh, disappointed you, Bang, huh? I thought with a name like Bang, you would already offed yourself by now. Disappointed too.
In mind to help students get the class done faster and more efficiently. I love it because I can do the classes at home, at my own pace. I think Stringerline is a great alternative.
Your life changes the moment you make a new, congruent, and committed decision. I want to talk to you today about one of the most powerful skills you can develop. A skill that will transform your life in ways you can't imagine. It's not about working harder. It's not about knowing more. It's about choosing better. Every day, you and I make hundreds of choices. What to eat, what to wear, what to say, who to talk to, what to work on. These choices might seem small, but they shape the story of our lives. And there's one choice that separates the successful from the rest. Learning to say no to the good, so you can say yes to the best. Success leaves clues, you know. I've spent decades studying successful people, and I noticed something interesting. They're not people who say yes to everything. They're people who are very careful about what they say yes to. They understand a fundamental truth. Every time you say yes to something, you're saying no to something else. That's the reality most people miss. Your time, your energy, your attention, these are limited resources. When you give them to one thing, you can't give them to another. So the question becomes, are you giving your limited resources to the good things or the best things? Most people fill their lives with good things, opportunities, good relationships, good jobs. Good is comfortable, good is safe. Good is acceptable, but good is the enemy of great. Good is the obstacle that keeps you from your potential. I remember talking with a young man years ago. He was telling me about all the projects he was working on, all the clubs he joined, all the committees he was part of. Jim, he said, I'm just so busy. I don't know how I'm going to get it all done. I asked him, how many of these things are moving you towards your major goals? He looked at me puzzled. Well, I don't know. Maybe one or two. That's the problem right there. Here's what I've learned. Being busy is not the same as being productive. Activity is not accomplishment. Movement is not achievement. You can spend your whole life being busy with good things and never touch what's best for you. Look, I'm not saying good things are bad. They're good. That's the tricky part. They have value. They offer some benefit. They can enrich your life in some way. That's what makes them so dangerous. Because they're just good enough to take up your time, but not good enough to take you where you want to go. Let me tell you what happens when you say yes to too many good things. First, you spread yourself too thin. You know the saying? Jack of all trades, master of none. That's what happens. You give a little bit of yourself to a lot of different things, and you never achieve excellence in anything. Second, you exhaust yourself. You run from one commitment to another, trying to keep all those plates spinning. You're tired, you're stressed, you're overwhelmed, and you wonder why you're not making progress on your big dreams. Third, you compromise what matters most. This is the tragic part. The things that are truly important to you, your health, your key relationships, your major goals, They get whatever energy is left over after all those good commitments. And usually that's not much. Fourth, you lose your ability to focus. Your mind is scattered, jumping from one obligation to another. But great achievement requires focused attention. As Earl Nightingale said, success is the progressive realization of a worthy goal. Notice he said a worthy goal, not 50 worthy goals. Fifth, you start to lose your passion. When everything is a priority, nothing is a priority, you don't feel that fire of commitment anymore. You're just going through the motions, checking boxes, moving from one task to the next without joy or purpose. I've seen this tragedy play out countless times. People who had so much potential, who could have done something remarkable with their lives, but they said yes to so many good things that they never had the time, energy, or focus to pursue what was best. Let me ask you something. What's the best use of your time right now? Not just a good use, the best use. What would move you furthest toward your goals? What would have the greatest positive impact on your life? What would bring you the most fulfillment? Most people can't answer those questions. They've never thought about it. They're too busy responding to whatever comes their way. They've turned their lives over to chance, to circumstance, to whatever happens to show up. But that's not how successful people live. They don't leave their lives to chance. They're intentional. They're selective. They know what matters most to them, and they organize their lives around those priorities. So how do you figure out what's best for you? It starts with knowing your values. What do you truly care about? What principles do you want to live by? What kind of person do you want to be? A lot of people skip this step. They chase goals without first clarifying their values. But your values are your foundation, they're your compass. They help you determine whether a path is right for you, regardless of how attractive it might seem on the surface. After values come priorities. What are the most important roles in your life? Are you a parent, a spouse, a business owner, a leader in your community? What responsibilities come with those roles? What goals do you have within each area? Then comes vision. What do you want your life to look like in 5 years? 10 years? 20 years? Everything went perfectly in your career, your relationships, your health, your finances. What would that look like? Get specific. Paint that picture in vivid detail. Once you have clarity on your values, priorities, and vision, you have a framework for decision making. You have criteria for determining what's merely good and what's truly best. And that's when saying no becomes easier. Because saying no isn't really about saying no. It's about saying yes to something better. It's about protecting your time and energy for what matters most to you. I know someone who was offered a promotion at work. More money, more prestige, more responsibility. Sounds good, right? But it also meant more travel, longer hours, less time with family. After careful consideration, he turned it down. Some people thought he was crazy, but he understood that saying yes to that promotion meant saying no to things that were more important to him. His health, his marriage, his time with his children. That's wisdom. That's maturity. That's understanding that not all opportunities are created equal. Some opportunities move you toward your best life. Others move you away from it, even if they come with short-term benefits. Now say,
we know that there are different brainwave states that we can measure in our head. Most of you right now are in the beta or waking frequency, roughly 10%.
Now saying no isn't always easy. We worry about disappointing people. We fear missing out. We wonder if we're making the right choice. But here's what I've learned. Saying no gets easier with practice, and the benefits become more apparent over time. So how do you say no gracefully? First, be prompt. Don't string people along because you're afraid to say no. That's disrespectful of their time and creates more guilt for you. Second, be honest but not brutally honest. You don't need to criticize the request. Simply explain that it doesn't align with your current priorities or that you don't have the bandwidth right now. Third, suggest alternatives when appropriate. Maybe you can't serve on that committee, but you know someone who would be perfect for it. Maybe you can't attend that event, but you could contribute in another way. Fourth, be firm. Don't leave the door open if you really mean no. Don't say maybe later if the answer is actually no. Not ever. That just postpones the disappointment and keeps you feeling guilty. And fifth, don't apologize excessively. One simple, I'm sorry, I can't help if this is enough. You don't need to justify your decision to protect your time and energy for what matters most to you. Let me tell you about my friend Mark. When I first met him, he was involved in a dozen different ventures. He was working 80 hours a week, his health was suffering, and his family barely saw him. He was stressed, exhausted, and frustrated because despite all his activity, he wasn't making significant progress in any area. One day Mark sat down and made a list of everything he was involved in. Then he asked himself, if I could only do 3 of these things, which would they be? It was a clarifying question. He realized that most of his time and energy were going to activities that weren't aligned with his core values or his biggest goals. So Mark started saying no. He resigned from committees. He dropped projects that weren't bearing fruit. He delegated tasks that others could do. He set boundaries around his time. It wasn't easy. People were disappointed. Some were even angry. But Mark stuck to his decision. Within 6 months, everything changed. By focusing on just a few key areas, Mark made more progress than he had in the previous 3 years. His primary business grew by 40. He lost 25 pounds. His relationship with his wife and children improved dramatically. And the most surprising part, he was working fewer hours than before. That's the power of saying no to the good, so you can say yes to the best. It's not about doing more. It's about doing more of what matters. I also know a woman named Sarah who was a natural helper. Whenever anyone asked for her assistance, she said yes. She volunteered at her children's school. She took on extra projects at work. She was always the one her friends called when they needed support. Sarah prided herself on being reliable and generous. But over time, Sarah realized she was neglecting her own needs and goals. She had dreams of starting her own business, but she never had time to work on it. She wanted to improve her health, but she was too exhausted from helping everyone else. She desired deeper connections with her family, but she was spread too thin. Sarah decided to make a change. She created what she called a not-to-do list, things she would no longer spend time on. She stopped volunteering for every school event and chose just one role that aligned with her skills. She became more selective about the projects she took on at work, focusing on those that would develop her leadership abilities. She learned to ask, is this request aligned with my priorities? Before saying yes. It wasn't an overnight transformation. There were setbacks. There were times she fell back into old patterns. But gradually, Sarah reclaimed her time and redirected it toward what mattered most to her. Today, she runs a successful business that she built in the margins of time she created by saying no to what wasn't essential. His stories illustrate an important truth. Your ability to say no to the merely good will determine your capacity to achieve what's best. It's a daily discipline, a muscle that gets stronger with use. And that's what I want to talk about now. The daily disciplines that will help you make better choices consistently. Because one good decision won't transform your life, but 1,000 good decisions made day after day absolutely will. First, start each day with clarity about your priorities. Before you check your email, before you look at your phone, remind yourself of what matters most. Some people find it helpful to write down their top 3 priorities for the day. Not 20 priorities, just 3. What are the 3 things that, if accomplished, would make this day successful? Second, create buffers in your schedule. Don't pack your day so full that you have no margin for reflection or rest. When your schedule is too tight, you'll make decisions based on expediency rather than importance. You'll say yes to things simply because you're in a hurry. And it's easier than thinking it through. Third, practice the pause. When someone asks you to commit to something, don't answer immediately. Say, let me check my schedule and get back to you. This gives you time to consider the request in light of your priorities and current commitments. Fourth, conduct regular reviews of your commitments. Once a month, look at everything you're saying yes to. Projects, relationships, activities, obligations. Ask yourself, is this still serving my highest goals? Is this moving me toward my vision? Is this aligned with my values?
You know what eating cabbage can do to your heart? Cabbage is a cruciferous vegetable that resembles lettuce and can be red, purple, white, and I quit. Years ago, I made a New Year's resolution for...
Be willing to grow along the way. Yeah. Surround yourself with people who respect your boundaries. Some people will resist when you start saying no. They're used to you always being available, always saying yes. But over time, the right people will adjust, and they'll respect you more for having clear priorities. 6, remember that seasons change. What's best for you in this season of your life might not be what's best in the next season. Be willing to reevaluate as your circumstances, goals, and priorities evolve. And 7th, forgive yourself when you get it wrong. Sometimes you'll say yes when you should have said no. Sometimes you'll say no when you should have said yes. That's part of the learning process. Don't waste energy on regret. Just make a better choice next time. These daily disciplines will help you build a life of intention rather than reaction. That's really what we're talking about here. Being intentional about how you spend your most precious resources. Your time, your energy, your attention. Most people live reactive lives. They respond to whatever demands are loudest. They follow the path of least resistance. They do what others expect of them. And then they wonder why they don't feel fulfilled, why they're not making progress toward their dreams. But you can choose a different path. You can decide to live proactively, to shape your life according to your values and vision, rather than letting circumstances shape you. It's like the difference between driving with a destination in mind versus just getting in your car and following whatever road happens to be in front of you. One approach leads to a specific destination. The other leads to wherever the road happens to go. I think about my own journey. When I was young, I said yes to almost everything. I was eager to please, eager to succeed, eager to take advantage of every opportunity. But over time, I learned the power of selectivity. I learned that doing fewer things better leads to greater impact than doing many things adequately. I remember turning down a lucrative speaking engagement because it conflicted with my grandson's birthday. Some people thought I was making a mistake. You can see your grandson anytime, they said. This is a big opportunity. But I knew what mattered most to me in that moment. I knew what best looked like for me. And here's what's interesting. The more I've practiced saying no to things that aren't aligned with my highest values and goals, the more opportunities have come my way that are aligned. It's as if the universe responds to clarity. When you're clear about what you want, what you value, what you're working toward, you attract more of what serves that vision. But it takes courage. It takes courage to say no to good opportunities that don't serve your highest purpose. It takes courage to disappoint people in the short term for the sake of your long-term goals. It takes courage to choose a different path than the one others expect you to take. I believe that courage is available to you. I believe you have what it takes to make these hard choices, to say no to what's merely good, so you can say yes to what's truly best for you. And the reward for that courage? A life of focus rather than fragmentation. A life of depth rather than shallowness. A life of meaningful achievement rather than endless busyness. Think about the legacy you want to leave. When your time here is done, what do you want people to remember about you? What impact do you want to have made? What difference do you want to have created? Whatever that legacy is, it won't come from saying yes to everything. It will come from saying yes to the right things, the things that align with your deepest values and your highest vision for your life. I once heard someone say, the space in your life is limited. If you want to let great things in, you need to get rid of just the good things. That's wisdom. That's the essence of what we're talking about today. Your life is too valuable to waste on merely good activities that don't move you toward your best future. Your time is too precious to squander on obligations that don't align with your highest purpose. Your energy is too limited to spend on projects that don't reflect your core values. So I challenge you today. Start practicing the art of the strategic no. Start being more selective about what you allow into your life. Start guarding your time and energy as the precious resources they are. Let me give you a simple framework to help you evaluate opportunities. When something comes your way, a request, an invitation, a potential commitment, ask yourself these 4 questions. First, does this align with my core values? If contradicts what you stand for, that's an easy no. But even if it's neutral, if it neither supports nor violates your values, that might not be enough to warrant a yes. Second, does this move me toward my most important goals? Remember, good is the enemy of great. Something can be worthwhile without being worth your while. Be honest about whether this opportunity will accelerate your progress or distract from it. Third, well, I'll have to give up to do this. Every yes comes with a cost. Time spent on one activity is time not spent on another. Energy invested here is energy not available there. Before you say yes, be clear about what you're saying no to as a result. And fourth, if I had to do this for a year, would I be happy with that decision? This question helps you see beyond the immediate appeal of an opportunity to its long-term implications. Many commitments that seem manageable in the short term become burdensome over time. This framework isn't about saying no to everything. It's about being intentional.
Did you know that you can make between 5 and 25% on your money per month passively without predicting?
You know, one of the most valuable lessons I've
Hey,
learned
good morning.
is that saying no doesn't have to mean saying no forever. Sometimes it just means not now. There are
Coming back down to Pennsylvania. I'm in Maine this morning. Put one of them braces on your ankle. You ain't gonna be able to go nowhere. Huh? That sounds nice. Just like you said, there's no way this nigga's 42. There's no way this nigga's 42. Ain't no way. Just let me enjoy myself. I'll be the gentleman. You think you'll wear an old man out? That's what you think? You think I'm an old man? That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying? That's cool. Say, but no. What shit you talking about? Oh no. Oh, why did I have to get one? Why did I have to get one with standards and morals? That's not what I'm looking for. I do not want standards and morals. I want the fuckery. I want problems all the time. Standards and morals, man. Oh, it took the fun right out of it. That's what makes the pussy good. All the problems, upsets, and disappointments. I don't know why, but it's such just hits different right there. You know what I'm saying? Come outside and see my clothes on the lawn and shit. Pussy hits different then. You don't gotta wear them. I'm not doing none of that. If you didn't know that was sarcasm coming out, I'm gonna let you know that's exactly what I'm not dealing with nothing. I never have though.
years, people encouraged me to write, but I said no. Not because I didn't value writing or believe I had something to share, but because at that time, my priority was speaking and building my business. Later, when the time was right, I said yes to writing, and I've now authored books that have helped millions of people. Timing matters. Sequencing matters. Sometimes the right thing at the wrong time is the wrong thing. Having the wisdom to know not just what to say yes to, but when to say yes to it. That's part of the art of selective living. It won't be easy at first. You'll feel the pull of old habits. You'll worry about disappointing others. You'll fear missing out on opportunities. But stay the course. The clarity and focus you gain will be worth the temporary discomfort. And remember, you're not just saying no. You're saying yes to something better. You're saying yes to a life of purpose rather than distraction. You're saying yes to depth rather than shallowness. You're saying yes to meaningful achievement rather than endless activity. That's what success looks like. Not checking more boxes or adding more commitments or accumulating more stuff. Success is becoming who you were meant to be and doing what you were meant to do. And that only happens when you learn to say no to the good, so you can say yes to the best. I've seen the transformation that comes when people embrace this principle. I've watched them go from stressed and scattered to focused and fulfilled. I've seen them achieve things they never thought possible because they stopped diluting their efforts across too many activities. You can experience that same transformation. It starts with a decision to value quality over quantity in how you spend your life. A decision to be intentional rather than reactive. A decision to choose the best over the merely good. Make that decision today. Start small if you need to. Say no to one thing this week that doesn't align with your highest priorities. Create space for what matters most. Then do it again next week and the week after that. Build the habit of selective focus. Over time, those small decisions will compound. Just as small investments grow over time through the power of compound interest, small choices about how you spend your time and energy will compound into a life of meaning and impact. Choice is yours. You can continue saying yes to whatever comes your way, spreading yourself.
Hey guys, can you believe that Amazon made billions of dollars and only pays
Yourself thin across countless good but not great activities. Or you can begin the practice of strategic selection, focusing your limited resources on what truly matters to you. I encourage you to choose the latter. Learn to say no to the good so you can say yes to the best. Your future self will thank you for the clarity, focus, and achievement that will result from that choice. Remember, success is not about doing everything. It's about doing the right things. Not just the good things, but the best things. The things that align with who you are and who you want to become. Make that your standard starting today.
Let's go!
Don't settle for good when the best is possible. Guard your time, your energy, and your attention as the precious resources they
I
are.
want the best.
Be
You
willing
can
to
have the rest.
disappoint in the short term for the sake of your long-term impact. That's how you build a life of no regrets.
Damn right you're
That's how you
wrong.
create a legacy that lasts. That's how you become the person you were meant to be and accomplish what you were meant to accomplish. So let this be the day you begin a new practice. The practice of saying a thoughtful, intentional no to what's merely good so you can say an enthusiastic,
Yes.
committed yes to what's truly best.
Yes.
I want to leave you with this final thought. Life rewards clarity. When you're clear about who you are, what you value, and where you're going, everything gets easier. Decisions become simpler. Distractions become more obvious. Progress becomes more consistent. Most people never achieve this clarity. They drift through life, buffeted by circumstances, pulled in whatever direction the winds of opportunity or obligation happen to blow. They say yes without thinking, no without considering, and then wonder why their lives feel chaotic and unfulfilling. But you can be different, you can be intentional, you can be selective, you can build a life of purpose and meaning by choosing carefully what you allow into your life and what you keep out. Remember, it's not about doing more. It's about doing more of what matters. It's not about filling every moment with activity. It's about filling the right moments with the right activities The ones that reflect your values, advance your goals, strengthen your relationships, and bring you joy. The most successful people I know aren't the ones who do the most. They're the ones who do the most important things consistently well. They've mastered the art of elimination, cutting away the non-essential, so the essential can flourish. You can develop that same mastery. It starts with a decision to value quality over quantity in how you spend your life. A decision to choose carefully rather than accept automatically. A decision to design your life rather than inherit it. Make that decision today, and then make it again tomorrow, and the next day, and the day after that. One choice at a time, one day at a time, you'll build a life that reflects your highest values and your deepest aspirations. That's my challenge to you. That's my hope for you. Learn to say no to the good so you can say yes to the best. Your future is worth it.
What dark spot facts do we need to know?
So many people think sunspots are from the sun. In fact, they have nothing to do with the sun, and I'm going to tell you the simple way to avoid them. Sunspots have to
What's going on, my truckers? Just always want to update you guys on things that affect all truck drivers and get into news updates and segments that are currently happening in real time. Okay, so first off, just what's in the title right here, right? The FMCSA wants all truck drivers to know that coming June 23rd of 2025, you will no longer have to carry a copy of your medical certification card, right? In the past, you'd have to carry it after you get your physical DOT done, and if you didn't, I mean, that could be rounds of out of service, I mean, all sorts of stuff, right? And so with this final rule, it would require medical examiners who perform U.S. Department of Transportation physicals to report the results to the FMCSA by midnight the next calendar following day. All right, so just want to let you guys know that. Now let's get into what's going on in the trucking world as of now. I just want to share a link for you guys because there's been a lot of questions on this. Even the FMCSA has reported on this. You know, they talked about that issue where they voided 2 medical examiners from the Houston area, and over 15,000 drivers could be affected by this. And so there's been a lot of questions about this, and so I'll put that link down below. It says here from the FMCSA, CMV drivers, did you receive a DOT physical in Houston between March 2023 and March 2025? Your certificate may be void, requiring a new exam in less than 30 days. Learn more, and here's the link. I'll put that link down below. So a vice president of OOIDA, Louis Pugh, was at the T&I hearing, and a representative asked him, should there be a pause on the ELD, and is the ELD a national security, and is it dangerous for truck drivers as well, right? And so I thought this was extremely interesting. Well, listen to this and tell me what you guys think.
Mr. Pugh, you know even better than I do that the federal mandate on ELDs, or electronic logging devices, was the most expensive mandate that Congress has ever forced onto the trucking industry. Just from hearing your testimony today, it's obvious to me that there are 2 issues that are at play. First, the ELD makers can self-certify and leave truckers out to dry when those devices don't hold up. And second, that components for these trackers are made around the world and oftentimes in adversarial countries. What's more is that these ELDs are hardwired into the truck itself. They can shut the truck down, start it up, even make it veer off course. Taken together, that paints a pretty grim picture of the level of trust that we have for these devices themselves. Mr. Pugh, truck drivers are some of the most patriotic Americans that I know. In fact, I used to be a truck driver myself. But as we saw in New Orleans on New Year's Eve, any vehicle can become a mass casualty weapon. Would you support a pause on the ability of ELDs to have such control over a vehicle until we get these security issues ironed out and have have I exaggerated with some of these, or are these just rumors that we're hearing about these things? Are they true? Are they not? Answer the question about a pause on the ELDs. Are they not? Answer the question about a pause on the ELDs.
Yeah, when it comes to ELDs, when they made the mandate, they did, FMCSA made it so there's self-certification. What the problem is, if we've seen, and you're correct, this was one of the most expensive mandates ever on trucking. What's happened, especially for small business and even fleets, they bought these things and then they find out later on that they didn't meet certification. FMCSA gets rid of them, so now a trucker who's invested hundreds, if not thousands of dollars in one of these units is having to buy another one. I have members who've bought 3 or 4 of these now through the thing. So it's time that FMCSA does start inspecting and certifying these things themselves to make sure they do what they're supposed to do, 110%. The other real issue, and there was even a report from FBI that said some of the componentry and components in these things are made, as you said, in foreign nations, China, Russia, places like that. And they're very huge security because they are, a lot of them, connected. There are some that can work on a cell phone and like that, but there are a lot of them that are connected right to the ECM of the truck. So that person knows where those trucks are, can know where certain shipments are. I mean, we know trucks haul everything from to water, so who knows what they have on it. They can find out. If they can't control the vehicle, they will at least know where the vehicle is.
Absolutely.
Wanted to give you guys a breaking news report here. So Mack Trucks is going to lay off 250 to 350 employees out in Lehigh County at their plant. Now they have over 2,600 employees there, so roughly about 10%. It's getting the chopping block. And it says here, the company is blaming the layoffs on a slowdown in the heavy-duty truck market. So we all know right now is a very difficult time in the trucking industry, and so there's probably not a lot of owner-operators and companies that can purchase these very good but expensive trucks. So just want to give you guys that information to let you know kind of where we're at right now. So to end today's segment, let's read a Mother Trucker's email. I'm going to leave the name anonymous here. Tell me what you guys think about this. Okay, it says, just a thought. Hey, thanks for all you do. Keep up the great work. I try not to complicate things and keep this short. I'm a firm believer that no trucker should make less than $8 per mile. I feel that brokers should round off a carrier's rate to the nearest dollar. That added percentage should fall under a hazardous pay. So if a carrier pays the driver 60 cents, the broker should add 40 cents. Mainly due to how road conditions are and the fact that we do risk our lives. Not to mention that brokers act as if we work for them with all the extra demands they put on us.
Like we work for them.
Let's face it, we do the hardest part of the job. We shouldn't be scratching pennies week by week. The fact that a broker makes more than I do while they sit at home just doesn't sit well with me. What are your thoughts on this? Can this become a reality? Mother Truckers, comment below. Let me know what you guys think about this. Definitely hearing about this for the first time. It is super sad that a broker can make more than a truck driver that's pulling this load and sacrificing their time and life away for their family. So what are your guys' thoughts about this? Definitely interesting, right?
This is the latest non-invasive blood glucose monitor developed by the Charite University Hospital in Berlin. It only needs to be clipped.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of people out here confused. Or maybe you just got your preference, you know what I mean? Nah, you confused. Bro put up a picture of this and said, this is not, this is fat, this is not thick. That's actually thick, sir. That's actually thick.
That's right. First of all, you know, it's some people out here who like fat. It's people out here who like thick, but you got to know the difference between the two. You understand what I'm saying? It's just a lot to unpack in a simple statement and a simple photo. First of all, that's thick. That ain't fat. We don't even see no stretch marks on that. That looks like a smooth canvas right there. And ain't nothing wrong with stretch marks. You know what I mean? It is what it is. All I'm saying is, ultimately, why you got this much time on your hand to be worrying about what's thick and what's fat? That's fat. What other people like? Like what you like. If you like skinty, then go find skinty. That's it. Don't be mad at nobody else, because there's different levels of thick. You know what I'm saying? You got slim thick all the way up to super thick, BBW. So don't worry about what's thick and what's fat. Get what you like. That's it. That's all. Because that's all what you, unless what you like don't like you back. And then you got to deal with it. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Whoa, it's a beautiful day to do these reactions, man. Check it out, dog. Y'all boys need to go ahead on and like it before you light it. You know you boys be on that Red Man and Method Man shit, you know.
So you told people that I'll let you hit?
Come on, man. That's what you want me over here for? That's what you want me over here for? What you mean? Why wouldn't I?
Tell ass
So why would you want to tell other people?
I mean, it was worth,
like, bruh.
It was worth bragging on.
What do you mean it was worth bragging on? What does that mean?
It was good.
Okay, I'll let you get some. Like, why you just can't be quiet? This is why I can't. This is why I don't. This is why. This is why. Like, this is why I don't.
What you mean? Why you going so crazy about it though?
What do you mean why am I going so crazy?
You a girl at the end of the day?
Okay.
Okay, like I got a reputation on that.
Like, you still can hit again, but why you gotta run your mouth?
Just relax.
Oh, cool. Why you gotta run your mouth? Like, no.
I mean, only two of the fellas.
Two?
And which one came back and told you though?
Quan.
You know Quan don't care though.
I was hooping with Quan and here he goes. Oh, y'all heard it's wet. Why would you like, what is you telling them that for? They not getting
because it's good, but I'm getting some though.
Okay, I didn't say you weren't, but what are you running your mouth for? Like, you just gotta be quiet. You have to be, like, people not supposed to know that. Like, I'm walking around like I'm one of the bros and not even. Right.
But it's good though, you know, it's worth talking about though.
Okay. You do some stuff you don't gotta tell. You don't know how to shut your mouth.
You mad at me?
I am.
But we don't need to let this come between what we got going on though.
It's not coming in between anything because we still gonna do what we do at the end.
Oh, she love it.
Yeah. If this gonna be a repetitive thing,
she addicted to what the dick did.
Just shut up.
Well, I might as well tell everybody now. Quan though. Why not?
Quan already probably told mad people.
Well, ain't got nothing.
I don't. And you know that. Like, you know that. But I'm not gonna fall for your trap. I'm not.
You see that
I'm really not. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and fall for your trap. I'm not.
You ain't got nothing.
I am. I'm sitting here telling you I'm
I just need to get over it though. I'm here now. What's up?
Get over it for what? Like, what are you doing for me to get over it? Exactly.
Brittany Griner gotta chill.
I don't want to sit down.
Baby Brittany Griner.
Oh, I'm about to do what's up.
Okay, but I'm just
she
saying,
feeling
like,
pleased when he said sit your ass down.
Stop.
Oh, shit.
No, because you think you think that I'm just easy. That's what you think. You think I'm just gonna fall for whatever you do. I'm not.
I'm not saying that. It's just like, you worry about the wrong shit. These people don't care. Quan don't care. It's not like Quan will tell GMA.
I know he already did. He run his mouth about everything.
Well, look, you a girl at the end of the day, so I don't even see why it matters though.
Okay, but that's because I tell people that I don't do stuff like that. So if me and you are doing something.
The greatest apocalypse crisis in the world has arrived. Humanity must survive.
Okay, but that's because I tell people that I don't do stuff like that. So if me and you are doing something.
Say, dog, Quan who? Straight up, because listen, you know Quan gonna tell everybody he came back and told the girl, or the Nick, I don't even know what y'all want to call it, but he ran back and told her what he said. You know he told mad niggas, man, if that was real, bro. It's got to be a skit. But at the end of the day, somewhere in America, in a project building, somebody is busting up a stud right now, and they gonna have an interaction like this eventually. I'm telling you, I already knew.
Take it care of. I ain't never have to back. You Dre, you know what you trying to say? Is Leia's daddy? You right after my sister. You dirty ass. She said the baby at 13, 14, Samir is 12, and you got the 30. Well, you're a weak. You have 5 kids, 5 delinquents, 5
Damn, not five degenerates, huh?
Oh yeah, hold on, come on. Oh, y'all never pulled up to my house?
Shouldn't have been talking shit.
Watch out. Get here now! Bye!
Come on, you can't be talking that hot shit and then running the house. You supposed to be like that. Feel like me getting on the internet telling the nigga pull up and he pull up and then I run inside, bro. Oh, she with it too. I know she with the shit.
Hey! Why they running the house, dog? She running the house!
They took the phone, dog.
We outside! Y'all fucking! Yeah!
That probably was a good idea for her to run inside after all. I love the fact that women don't be with all the rah-rah. When women pull up the fight, they fight. It ain't going, you hit me first. It ain't none of that, man. They hate each other. They trying to get each other out of there.
Yeah, you go, bro.
Y'all scratching it all out.
Boy, they scratching. Oh,
Terrell, what are you doing?
Johnny, I'm good. 1, 2, 3.
He ain't doing anything else. Terrell, that's terrible. You should be helping.
Hey, Mom, look at me.
You ain't doing nothing.
Come on.
the boy fingernail strong, huh?
You got in there softly. Move. Nah, you gotta
Sit, dog. I was having a back and forth with a female a couple years ago about how Mackenzie Bezos helped Jeff Bezos amass all of his billions and billions of dollars. I should send this video. That's how Mackenzie helped Jeff. That's what she was doing to help. Nothing.
Yo, what is that? This is money. Rich. Millionaire. Rich. Hey, what are they? That's what's going on. Look, no, I don't think what's going on. Rich. Millionaire. Millionaire. Rich millionaire.
Say, dog, if your partner not this happy for you, bro, if he not excited for your accomplishment like this, is that really your partner? That's what I want. Please answer that for me. Hey, bro, if that was my brother back in the day, he would have owed me at least one round. I'm talking about one fade off the bat. We gotta get it now, because why is you playing with my food? I had brothers that ate up everything in the house.
I love how every single side hustle expert says the same damn thing. Start a YouTube channel.
Oh, because why is you playing with my food? I had brothers that ate up everything in the house. I ain't lying.
Yeah, it was pretty.
Wait, when's the 200 coming? It's on right now?
You want to start there or you want to start on your chest?
That's 200?
I'll start 200? Oh, damn, go yet.
Is it hitting you right now?
That's heavier than 200. Yeah, ain't no fucking 200. Oh!
That was definitely good.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I just remember when I was a kid, I feel like men were stronger. Like the amount of men who can't bench press 225 today is crazy. I'm just saying, like, I ain't bashing on niggas because I feel like if you wanted to lift 225, you'll get your ass in the gym and work up to it. But I just feel like a lot back then, men just was more willing to go lift weights or do some masking and shit than they are today.
Tuesday, a video is going viral on social media of a homeowner lassoing a man who jumped an iron fence to break into his home. Security footage shows the suspect entering the backyard. The homeowner briefly disappears into a side door, then returns with a lasso. The suspect runs. The homeowner chases him around the corner and throws the rope, catching him clean around the upper body and pulling him down.
Dude probably make sandwiches at Subway, bro. You need to be on somebody's rodeo, dog. Somebody's farm or something, bro. You missed your calling. Might work if it's some slight shit, you know, it's nothing serious. Like, you ate a nigga food, you know, or I asked you if you was hungry, you said you wasn't, and when I get home, you want to eat nigga shit. Man, get out, man, you blowing it. This'll work in that situation. But if you cheated or some shit, man, listen, please, baby, put your clothes back on, get the hell on out of here.
Straight. I like niggas. Give me some.
Why did you put that in there, Will?
Shout out my nigga Gucci.
Watching Pop the Balloon has me convinced that women do not know what they want at all. Okay, this one girl said, "You are fine. You are so handsome, but I just don't like that your pants don't cover your ankles." Another girl said, I like my man in more streetwear. This is a dating show. You were supposed to come like you was on a date, and she was dressed up, not in no streetwear. So they was perfectly matched that day. And then this one girl said, he's just smiling, and I'm not much of a smiler. What the fuck? I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Y'all don't know what y'all want. This is the petty reason that y'all not dating men.
I'm glad that Pop the Balloon show came out, because a lot of women get to see what we've been knowing. Y'all really not. I don't put all y'all in the same category, but a lot of women just ain't got no brains, dog. They be a little slow. Sometimes they just a little slow.
This mom is livid. She says she and her 9-year-old son were denied service at a trendy restaurant. Was it over a dress code or because they're black? Here's the video which she shot on her cell phone.
You telling me we cannot eat here?
So unfortunately we do have a dress code. If you have some non-athletic shorts.
But that white kid out there can't eat here with his tennis shoes on and his athletic shirt.
You're allowed tennis shoes, but not athletic shorts.
He has one of you telling me that's not an athletic shirt? But you telling me that little boy who just ate here does not have one of athletic shirts?
I would love for you to be able to come back and eat here.
The manager sounds as if he's fumbling for an explanation.
Yep. So it's only his shorts? Only the shorts can't be athletic?
The shorts and the t-shirt.
And that little kid that was out there with athletic tennis shoes and...
The t-shirt that the little kid was wearing, we don't consider that to be athletic t-shirt.
Why?
Honestly, I did not get a good look, but it looked like a regular t-shirt.
I have a video. Do you want to see it?
The restaurant is Buso Bay, located in Baltimore's popular Inner Harbor. Today, the restaurant is apologizing, saying, "This should never have happened. We sincerely apologize to Marcia Grant, her son, and everyone impacted by this painful incident." 2 managers were placed on indefinite leave.
You know, what I realize is when people are blatantly doing you wrong and you have the evidence in front of them, or even racists, most racists are unintelligent. They're just not that smart, because if you had any sense You'd have saw that little boy outside dressed exactly like the little boy that's inside and be like, yeah, she got us down, bro. Like, oh, we're gonna have to figure this out before the news get here. Stupid. I'm telling you, they're never smart people, bro.
Shannon Sharp, I'm going to stand with you, my brother.
Oh, great. You got Dr. Umar's approval.
Shannon Sharp, I'm going to stand with you, my brother, on one condition.
Oh, shit.
I'm getting text messages from all over the African universe telling me that Shannon Sharp was accused of the unspeakable. I'm getting text messages telling me that Shannon Sharp was accused of the unspeakable. I'm going to stand with my Uncle Shannon Sharp. I'm going to stand with my Uncle Shannon Sharp.
Intentionally funny, dog.
I'm going to stand with Uncle Shay Shay on one condition. Uncle Shay Shay.
Gotta leave them snow bunnies alone.
No more snow bunnies after this scandal. If you cannot promise me that you will never seek the company of another snow bunny, I cannot stand with you. Uncle Shay Shay. Uncle Shay Shay. I'm standing with you, I think it's a scam.
Of course,
I'm standing with you, I think it's a scam.
Duh.
I'm standing with Uncle Shannon Sharp on this one.
These women just be wanting money out the gate. They don't be caring about if the nigga go to jail, if he gets life in prison. They don't care. How much money can I get? That's why I know it be fake half the time, dog. Like, if a nigga did me something, if I get some money, I would want it to. But I'm just saying, first and foremost, he gotta get punished, dog. Straight up.
I'm standing with Uncle Shannon Sharp on this one, but Uncle Shay Shay, no more bunnies after this. Can somebody confirm if he's being accused by snow bunnies or Afro Queens?
That's gonna be hard.
Is Uncle Shannon being accused of snow bunnies or Afro Queens? Who can confirm?
He never had that.
Does anybody know the race of Uncle Shay Shay's accusers? Are they black or are they white? Are they black? Is this a rice bunny situation? Is this a snow bunny situation? Is this a sand bunny situation? Is this a salsa bunny situation? Teresa Double O. If you have a co-wife, you can fill out my wifey resume. Wifey resumes must come with 2 names on them. Wifey resumes must come with 2 names on them. You know my number. 215-989-9858. You know my number. 215-989-9858. Text messages only. Text messages only. Text messages only. 215-989-9858. I need to know the race of Uncle Shay Shay's accusers. Was Shannon Sharp accused by the rice? Was Shannon Sharp accused by the ice? Was Shannon Sharp accused by the snow? Was Shannon Sharp accused by the sand? Or was he accused by the salsa?
Jesus Christ.
I'm standing with Uncle Shannon because I don't like when black men get taken down. I gotta stand by him. Yes, he's a lifetime snow bunny hopper. Yes, he's a lifetime snow bunny hopper, but that's my brother. Uncle Shannon Sharp is my brother. I'm standing with Uncle Shannon Sharp until the facts prove otherwise. I'm standing with Uncle Shannon Sharp until the facts prove otherwise.
Say, bro, you see what it is, though? See, Uncle, no. What's his name? Dr. Umar, he never smashed no snow bunny and then her ask you, do you want a sandwich? A Jewish sandwich made on rye with Russian dressing and pastrami and some shit. Like, he never had that before, bro. Something wrong with this dude, bro.
With the easy-to-wear Freestyle Libre 3 Plus sensor, tracking your glucose can be more affordable.
This dude, bro.
I really don't care.
Okay.
You don't belong in this development.
Yeah. Okay.
What's your name?
I'm not telling you. I live here.
Okay, where do you live?
Why would we tell you any of this?
Where do you live? Where do you live? Okay, not a problem. I'm gonna call the gate and have you all arrested.
Okay.
You do not deserve to be in here.
Okay. What did he even do wrong?
You not deserve to be here.
We're backing up for you. And you say you're gonna hit us. No problem. I can get my grandfather.
Yeah,
this.
Thank you. Thank you.
It is because you're driving illegally.
Okay, but you're coming at 15-year-olds. So you're gonna hit us with the car.
Because you're 15 years old, you could marry in Mississippi or Alabama.
This is not Mississippi or Alabama. This is Florida.
It's Florida.
Okay.
So the fuck you talking
The
about?
car.
I did not.
I have it on video. I have it on video.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did. You have it on.
I did not.
You know, I make a good amount of money, I ain't gonna lie, but I still live in the hood, in the ghetto, if you will. And, you know, I ain't never gotta worry about my neighbors asking me if I belong here or not. Shit, we all, we all look the same, goddammit, y'all know me. Shit. But, when I lived in this one particular part of town called Chateau Estates in Kenner, I used to get, I ran into that a couple of times over the course of like 3 years. What a...
So remember when your orgasm had the power of a rocket launcher? And it wasn't uncommon to hit the ceiling of the car. You know, these days maybe it's more like squeezing the last bit of toothpaste from the tube or a drip from the faucet. So today we're diving into how to reclaim your power, how to increase that volume, thicken the consistency, and really get your firepower back. Now, you know, stuff you can't talk about with your regular doctor, but we can do it here. Now, by the end of this video, you'll know how and why your prostate and pelvic floor are the real MVPs of your orgasm. You'll discover why foods and herbs have been shown to improve semen volume and how to use massage, movement, and science to thicken and intensify the load. You know, you'll also learn how to naturally restore your body's ability to, you know, explode like a fire hose instead of that leaky faucet. So I'm Dr. Rachel Ross, a physician, sexologist, and someone who's helped thousands, millions of men restore their confidence and vitality in that area. And this isn't fluff, it's science, and the cool part is it's fun. So subscribe so you don't really miss a thing. Now, every week here is Hard Week, where my goal is to help over 1 million men get hard naturally. So start that journey by getting your E-age, your erection age, calculated. You know, you may be 40, but your erection age may also be 65. So head over to eage.me or use the link pinned below in the comments, or actually a QR code that may pop up right here, so that you can get started, so that you can have hard week every week, pun intended. You'll get your E-age plus actionable steps that you can take to E-age in reverse. So take the quiz, come back here and let me know your calculated E-age, so you will be the only man in your crew whose erection is aging in reverse. Okay, so first let's break down what's really going down when you shoot powerful ejaculation. It is actually a team effort. So many things are involved, but the Kobe Bryant of the team is your prostate. So let's take it from the head. The slippery pre-ejaculate, well, that's made by the bulbal urethral glands, which are down here. The prostate gland adds alkaline fluid that makes up about 30% of your semen, and the seminal vesicles actually make the rest of the semen. But the most important part, see, the muscles and the strength of the prostate actually ensures that the semen is kind of forcefully pressed into the urethra, the P-tube, right? And then expelled outward during ejaculation. So a dribble or a sludge tells me that the prostate isn't in optimal condition. And the elasticity of the prostate is 100% necessary to propel and force that semen through the urethra. The strength and the elasticity of the prostate actually decreases with age. They decrease with inflammation, in the case of prostatitis even, and certainly elasticity and strength of the prostate falls off when you have benign prostatic hypertrophy, or BPH, okay? So another important player in ejaculation power are the pelvic floor muscles, especially the bulbo cavernosum, which kind of sits at the root, and the ischiocavernosum muscles. They have to be really strong enough and elastic enough to also contract rhythmically to amplify that expulsion. So all of this has to be strong enough to propel the fluid. The pathway has to be wide open, and the fluid has to travel an average of 5.5 inches. And in the case of a young buck, all the way up to the ceiling of his mom's Cadillac, right? And in your 20s, testosterone was optimized, nitric oxide was abundant, the prostate was compact and powerful, and the pelvic floor muscles were engaged and active. So what's happened is time has passed, and now all of those are weaker. The pelvic contractions are weaker. The prostate is congested and weak and stretched out, stressed out. Oxidative stress in the testicles and the seminal vesicles have lower testosterone levels, and the zinc levels have fallen off, all of which are important, and they impact the volume and the distance of your ejaculate. So now that you understand the anatomy, let's talk about clearing those pipes out quite literally. Now, prostate massage has been shown to improve ejaculatory force, clear that stagnant seminal fluid, and increase circulation and elasticity of the ducts. Kind of clears it out. A 2009 study published in the International Journal of Andrology showed that men who received weekly prostate massage for 6 weeks showed a significant improvement in the force and the volume compared to controls. Now, you could use internal digital stimulation with a finger or a slim and gentle curve like the prostate massager that we sell, or you can try to apply external pressure to the perineum, that spot in between the scrotum and the anus called the taint. You know, this isn't about pleasure at this point. It's really just to make sure that you don't have stuff building up in your prostate. You get the massage, and it kind of helps with that. Now, if you want to shoot further, stronger, you really need that muscle power. So don't forget to get your EH calculated at eh.me. Start the journey there. Because see, the pelvic floor...
into watches at all. This is like my dream watch. I'm not even kidding. This is the one that I wanted when I very first discovered vintage watches. This has a racing pedigree to it, which I've always been a car fan and a race fan. And I wanted one of these things. It was the first vintage watch I ever wanted at all. You can see it's a chronograph. It's a stopwatch that keeps track of time. Actually, in a few different ways here. There's a minutes and hours, a running seconds, and then a seconds hand just for the chronograph. And this one's special. Let's take a look at what we've got here. I ended up finding this one finally, does it work a little bit, on eBay. I ended up having to overpay for this in its condition, but hey, I have a YouTube channel where I fix watches, and I figured it was time for me to do so. It looks like the chronograph is not running properly on this watch. That is not a surprise. And let's see how it's running on the time grapher before we get into this thing. Ooh, that does not look good. You see all those dots are everywhere. We call that a snowstorm, and that is exactly what we don't want to see for a running watch. So I may have gotten quite a project on my hands here. We'll start by taking off the case back. Doesn't want to budge using my normal case back removal ball. So So I'm going to have to bust out the big gun here. This is the case back removal tool that is used when it just will not release. Now this one has a very particular case back. You can see it's got the angles going around the outside rather than normal divots, and that means that I've got to use a special attachment here to take it off. I always dislike this type of case back because it's really hard to get a good grip on the outside, but hopefully the tool will do the job here and we can get and see how that movement is looking. So the way it works is it sort of clamps onto the outside and then I can push down and try to twist it off. Ooh. Wow, yeah, that does not want to budge. Man, I wonder how long it's been since this watch has even been opened. This could be very difficult. Wow, that thing is really held on tight. I cannot get that off of there. Now, I don't want to damage the case back, so I'm going to try something that I have read about online. Yeah, that is a socket wrench, and yeah, that's super. So, can't believe I'm actually trying this, especially on this watch, but I cannot get that case back off of there, and I've heard that this works really well. So I'm going to put a bead of super glue on the case back itself, and then I'm going to super glue the socket to it, and then theoretically I can use the socket wrench arm as leverage and it will unlock. People say this works really well, and let's find out once the super glue has dried. Let's see if it's gonna work. Oh my god, it's actually working. It's actually happening. Oh boy, you can see some rust and dirt already. No wonder that case back didn't want to come off. Wow, okay, well, it looks like this actually worked. Theoretically, I should just be able to use some acetone, fingernail polish remover to take that socket off of the case back. But let's take a look at the movement inside, and oh, it's gorgeous. Oh my god, this is my favorite movement of all time. This is a Valjoux 72. I'm just going to have to set the case back aside. We'll deal with that in a little bit. This is a manual wind chronograph movement, and that is perfection. It's beautiful. That means that it is not an automatic watch. You do have to wind it every day, and the chronograph is just the part that acts as a stopwatch. It's used in racing and a bunch of other applications. And take a look at that thing. Oh, it's so beautiful. It's also very intimidating. I've done a few chronographs now. I'm starting to get the hang of it, and I did feel that I was ready to tackle this project. And again, this is like, I'll tell the story. This is just like absolutely my dream watch. When I first found out about vintage watches, I found this, and I love the racing pedigree and the design and everything. I wanted to buy one, but they were more expensive than I could afford, and also they're a little smaller. The total size of this chronograph is 36 millimeters, which, is a little bit on the smaller side, and particularly at that time, it was very small, and I was kind of scared that it wouldn't look good on me. And so, oh my god, look at that dial. That is wonderful. The movement's not running very well, and the case back was seized up, but it's worth it for that dial. It is perfectly balanced. I love seeing that. Anyway, and so I ended up not buying a watch because it was too expensive and I was too scared that it would be too small on me. It's funny now because fast forward to now, and I'll wear watches way smaller than that. But anyway, let's take off the hands here. We've already taken off the center stack of hands, and now we can take off the sub-register hands. We'll start by this minutes counter. What is going on there? That should just come off, and it really, oh no. Why won't this hand come off? Oh my goodness sakes. Okay, maybe I'm under. Nope. I really just cannot get that hand off of there. Let's move over to another and see if it will come off. Yeah, see, that comes off perfectly normally. What is going on here? Same with this one. Why won't this one come off? Wow, I have no idea how to get this hand off of here. It is just stuck on. I don't really have a choice other than to try to just keep using the levers to get underneath it. Oh, there, did it come off now?
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles.
Oh, there, did it come off now? Nope. Nope. Wow. It broke. Hands are made up of two parts. There's like a tube and then the hand part that sits on top of it, and the tube stayed on. Well, that is going to have to be a problem for a little while down the line, because I honestly have no idea how to get that off of there, and I've never had that problem before. So I'm just going to leave it on for now, and we'll have to just address it. Anyway, but I didn't get the watch because of the price and the size, but it gave me the idea that maybe, just maybe, I could learn how to fix watches so that I could buy one of these and I could restore it and be able to actually afford it. As it turns out, I didn't realize how hard it was to learn how to restore watches of this level. This is a chronograph. Something like this. For me, this is very much a full circle moment for me to buy and restore a Weyer Carrera, the watch that I wanted from the very beginning and never actually got. I'm really glad you're here with me for the journey, especially given how it's gone a little rocky so far. The case back wouldn't come off and one of the hands is already broken. Wouldn't call that a great start. But onward we press with the disassembly. I'm going to do a full restoration on this watch today. I'm not going to be polishing the case because this is what we call, in watch collecting, we call it like an honest example, meaning it was one that was worn by a person, never polished, never, looks like hasn't been serviced in forever. And even though those sound like bad things, those are kind of what you want if you're a watch collector, because it means that the watch is in more or less original condition and hasn't been messed around with too much. I'm going to start by taking off some of the chronograph components that go around the outside of the watch. These are springs that hold tension in place, and if I remove them, it'll that much easier. Another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to be replacing a lot of the screws. On a regular watch movement, I either know where the screw goes automatically or I can deduce it quite easily. But on a chronograph movement, there's more screws and they're different from each other, and it can make it very difficult to figure out where they go when you go to reassemble the watch. So one common trick that people will use is just to replace the screw back in situ where it goes, and that way you know, okay, this one goes here. And yes, when you reassemble it, you have to take the screw out, replace the part, and then do it again. But, it is ultimately a time saver over having a big pile of screws and not knowing where each and every one goes exactly. Again, I'm going to continue to remove, there's some rust. Yes, this watch definitely had a little bit of water get into it. Hopefully not too bad, though. Okay, I can take off this spring, and this little tensioner sits on one of the wheels and makes it so that when it clicks over, it stays on exactly one place. And I'll show you why that is in a little bit. Chronographs are interesting because they're quite a bit more complicated than a regular watch. You've got all the components of the watch underneath, and then on top you've got all these extra parts. And yeah, you have to remember where they go and what they do, and for the most part I'm starting to get my head around it as a little bit more second nature, but this is definitely one of those projects that I need to keep checking. This is called a column wheel. This is kind of the heart and soul of the chronograph. Many parts interact with this part, and that part will sort of allow certain things to happen at certain times. For example, when the chronograph is running versus when it's not, versus when it's able to be reset versus when it's being reset, these are all controlled by this kind of crown looking thing, this castle looking thing in the middle. They call it a column wheel. It's a complicated part, but it is remarkably simple for the amount of jobs that it has. Another interesting thing about chronographs is that not all of the screws that you see are actually screws. Some of them are what they call eccentrics, and that means that they are in a post into the plate, not into a screw. It's not threaded. And you can turn it, and the screw head part is actually not on center, so it's wider on one part than the other. And this allows you to adjust different components so that they sit slightly closer or slightly further apart from each other. Okay. This is a return hammer, it's called. Take that off now. That's the part that's responsible for making everything go back to zero. Another tensioning spring. Now let's see if I can just take this pinion out. No, oh, I know why. I know why. So this is the one that actually has the tube from that hand attached to the other side of it still, so that's why it won't come up. So I am going to have to figure out some way to get that tube off of there, and then also I'm going to have to find a replacement hand somehow. This is stressful stuff, and as I mentioned at the beginning, this is a very expensive watch. Another reason I never ended up getting one was because the price went up even higher than, it was too high for me, and then it about doubled. So that put it out of range for me. But now I'm really trying to live my dream here. I bought this one off of eBay. I did overpay for it, but I'm hoping to be able to get it fixed up, and it'll still be worth it. Take a look. That's the tube right there from the hand. It's stuck on the bottom of the pinion. That one I couldn't pull away. So yeah, it's just going to have to sit there for right now. Maybe with the dial off, I'll be able to get some type of leverage on that tubing and remove it. To get some type of leverage on that tube and remove it. Whoop. Jumpy, but it's okay. And as I continue the disassembly process, you know, this is one of those things where chronographs have a lot going on. They are complicated, and you know, you can definitely feel it as the part pile starts to build. A lot of the tension does as well. And, you know, I remember, you know, the way that I actually learned how to work on these chronographs was by taking the courses over at watchfix.com from Mark Lovick. And, you know, that was how I learned a lot of the basics when I first started the hobby. And, you know, I recently started a website with my friend Alex called sutcliffehansen.com, where we sell like toolkits to help you get interested, or get started, excuse me, in the hobby, or maybe somebody that you know that might be interested in it. And, you know, one of the things that kept coming up was, what do they do next? What's next for our customers? And I considered making tutorial videos, but they're really, really, really hard to make well, and Mark's were so good that I just felt like that had already been done. So instead of reinventing the wheel, I got a hold of Mark himself and asked him if he would be game to partner up with us over there. And he said absolutely, much to my delight. And so we partnered up with WatchFix. So if you go to Sutcliffe Hansen, you can actually buy the WatchFix tutorials there. I've been recommending them before. We even partnered up for years just because they were so good for me. And you can get them along with your toolkit now over at Sutcliffe Hansen. There's a link down below if you know somebody who maybe would find this hobby interesting. We have entry-level watchmaking starter box. We have mid-level stuff. We have kind of the whole deal for people that just want to dive in, and at the same time, you can buy the awesome tutorials from Mark over at WatchFix. So thanks for checking it out. I really do appreciate it. As we continue the disassembly process here, you know, this is the non-movement side of the watch. This is where the dial goes, and even this has a whole lot going on. But as I've shown, I'm going to be replacing these screws as I go, just so that I know where each one goes. You can see this is the tube of that hand. I don't know how the heck that got on there so hard that even the levers couldn't take it off. Okay, well, I'm just going to continue the disassembly here, and we will have to deal with that, because I can't continue with... Whoa! Easy there, Jumpy. There we go. Looks like it must have had a little bit of tension on it still, and the wheel and it just went flying, but everything looks fine. I can continue to take off these springs. These springs, as you see, are kind of long. They're held in place by a rather large screw, and then they provide tension to a couple of parts on this side of the movement. This is a keyless works coming apart here. This cover plate goes over the minute wheel and a couple of intermediate wheels as well. As you can see, this movement's very grimy. This is very much in need of a service. Impossible to say how long it's been sitting, but the fact that there was some water ingress and that the case back just would not come off leads me to believe a very long time, which I know it's funny to hear, but that is actually what I wanted when I got this watch. You want it to be original as possible. Even if it does create some problems like the ones that I've already got going here. Okay, we can take off this last part here. Maybe. Oh, I see. It's being held on by this little tensioner. Yeah, that thing holds it in place and makes sure that there's tension on that wheel that kind of keeps it down, but also it means that I couldn't remove it. Now I can, though. And there's a little transfer gear. Yeah, this thing, you can see it's a very long gear so that it can hit two different wheels at the same time. And I'm just going to leave the tensioner spring in place here. Again, it's another thing to not lose or have to figure out. Okay, let's see if we can get this tube off of here. I feel like if I can get the edge of my lever underneath where the tube meets, I should be able to bring it up. Let's see if I can do so here, or maybe if I can use the tweezers to kind of lever it off of there. Oh, I think I got it. Where'd it go? I think I got, yes, I did get it. So that whole assembly fell out the bottom. That's what it was attached to, and it looks like it's in okay shape, thankfully. And there's the case tube, or excuse me, the hand tube itself. It just fell over on the side. So I did manage to get that removed, unfortunately. You know, has come apart. I don't know if I can re-rivet that. It's also painted. So like if you try to re-rivet it, you'll probably ruin the paint on it, in which case it's like, you know, now you're just making more problems for yourself. You can take out the pallet fork. And now we can finally get to the normal stuff. This is just a regular watch movement now with a few bridges. This one covers a couple of the train wheels, the escape wheel, and the fourth wheel, namely.
Challenges. It's the late nights. Co-pilot, I'm freaking speech right now. How can I get it together?
All right. There's the escape wheel there. And that's the fourth wheel. Though it looks like it wants to stay in place for now, that's okay. And now I can remove the barrel bridge. This has the mainspring barrel under it. It also has a few jewels for some of the train of wheels. As you can see, it's a large bridge. It covers over half of the total main plate. And there we go. The rest of the train of wheels lies underneath, as well as the barrel. the barrel's that big wheel at the top. It actually holds the main spring, which is the piece of metal that you wind up and then unwind to make a watch run. It's in there. And I can take out the setting lever screw, and then it looks like, so this is actually not a regular screw. That thing is what pushes up against the dial foot that holds it in place, and as you can see, it looks kind of rusted, so I may need to deal with that as well. Let's see how the mainspring looks in here. Sometimes these can get really gunky. No, not bad at all. This actually looks quite good now that I see. Again, this is just a regular manual wind watch underneath all of that other stuff going on. Real simple. I say real simple and then look at my bench. Not so simple. Ooh, this isn't good though. There's actually a broken part. Part of the mainspring itself looks like it is broken off. That looks like the end. Yeah, I can actually see right where it goes, although I do wonder if that part actually matters for the function of it, because it has that little tang that comes down, and that's what keeps it from sliding around the edge of the barrel wall. But the part that broke off may not affect that, and if that's the case, then I may be able to just use the mainspring again. Everything goes into this basket now. We'll get ready for the watch cleaning machine. I still need to address a few things. So first, I need to de-rust a little bit. So I'm going to use the Vapor Rust here, and I'm going to put that one post in there that really looked like it had gotten the brunt of the rust, and we'll let that sit. It takes about a day for that stuff to work. And now this crystal. This is really tough because this crystal looks like it has some cracks in it, and it's quite damaged. As far as the case goes, it actually looks okay. I do need to take out the pushers. Those are held in kind of by a screw and a spring that go into the pusher itself, so I can remove that by using a screwdriver on the inside here. Whoop. As you can see, it is spring-loaded. And again, these pushers are kind of made up of multiple parts, and I can just take each part apart. There's that screw, there's that spring, and then there's the cap on the outside, and I can just clean them all up. Okay, now I can take a look. So the interesting part about the crystal is that there's this inner track. Do you see that it has little markers on it for the minutes, and it's built into where the crystal goes. In fact, there's like a groove on the inside of the crystal that this sits on. I'm not sure how I'm going to find another one. May need to do a little trial and error there as well. I mentioned this before, but I can use some acetone. This is, again, fingernail polish remover to do this. I need to get this my socket wrench socket off of the case back, but this stuff's supposed to just dissolve the super glue. Apparently, if you just leave it in here, it'll just magically dissolve it. So let's see. Oh, there it goes. Wow. Yeah, that came right off. It looks like there's maybe just a shred of glue still on there, but no damage or anything like that. So that actually worked. I'll be honest, that's not going to be my first line of defense, but it did work, and I'll take it for now. Taking a look at the rust on the microscope here, you can see that there is some. For the most part, though, this looks like surface level rust, and it doesn't look like it's gotten into the parts where it's actually damaging them. So that's good news. It could mean that there was just a little bit of water that had gotten in, but nothing too bad. I'm just going to use the pegwood to kind of manually scrape away at the rust that's on the surface here. It'll make it a little bit easier during the cleaning process. Surface here, it'll make it a little bit easier during the cleaning process. Yeah, that's actually cleaning up pretty well, so I'm not that worried about that. Ooh, that is the winding stem. As you can see, it also got rusted, so I'm going to need to put that in with the other de-ruster part to make sure that I can remove some of that rust and make sure that the part is still structurally sound. With that, I can put everything into the watch cleaning machine. This is the first cycle here, and it is just the cleaning followed by rinses. And while the parts get all nice and clean, I did want to say thank you to each and every person who supports me on Patreon. That's how I support this channel. It's patreon.com/wristwatchrevival. And if you like what I'm doing here, this is a way to support me directly. And again, it really does mean a lot to everybody who supports me. Patreon is a place where you can go to support your favorite content creators. And if I happen to be one of them, I'd love to see you over there. Thanks to everybody who supports me. Okay, now we can put the case in the ultrasonic cleaner here while the rest of the watch movement goes through the regular watch cleaning machine. And this is a fairly straightforward process. You know, the water gets heated up and then ultrasonic waves get put through it. It has a kind of a clinical grade detergent that's in there, and that's it. Taking a look, this is the part that was in the de-ruster, in the evaporust, and as you can see, it actually came out pretty good. The rust is completely gone, and the part is mostly still there. And here's the other part that I wanted to check, and that actually looks structurally fine. So I think we may have gotten away with it here as far as the rust goes. And take a look at the beautiful movement all laid out on my bench here. Oh, that is the stuff dreams are made of right there. It looks absolutely gorgeous, although I will say, perhaps a little bit scary. But nevertheless, we will carry on and begin the reassembly process. I'm getting excited. You know, this is the part where it all comes back together, and maybe I'll get my dream watch on my wrist after a very, very long time. We'll start by using this mainspring again. I do want to test it. You know, that part that was broken off on the back of the mainspring is a little bit concerning. It technically isn't the part that rubs up against the inside of the wall and sort of makes it so that the mainspring doesn't slide, but I don't like the fact that there was a part missing. That makes me feel like maybe it won't work, but I'm hoping to just give it a shot here, because beyond that, the spring looks like it's in very good shape, probably because it's been sitting for so long and hasn't really been used that much. Here's the best part. Oh yeah, very, very nice. It still goes right back into place with no issues, and I can put the barrel arbor into place now as well. This is the part that engages with the inner coil of the spring and lets you wind up the watch. Of course, we're going to be using synthetic oils on this reassembly. This is a medium viscosity one. It's the red one that you can see that I'll be using throughout the reassembly. Use this little plastic tool just to make sure that the barrel is seated properly and everything looks good. I can even put it into place now. I can also replace this stud here. This is the one that I de-rusted, and it again doesn't hold anything in place until the dial is inserted, and then the edge of that actually pushes up against the dial foot to hold it in place. So, but for now, I'm just going to put it there so that I remember where it goes and get that out of the way. The ratchet wheel sits on top of the barrel arbor in this movement, so I'll just put it into place, and then I can put a little bit of this blue grease. This is called Mobius 9501. This is a high viscosity grease for metal. And we can begin with the train of wheels. We'll start with the escape wheel and kind of move our way backwards up to the mainspring barrel. When you talk about the train of wheels here, the mainspring barrel is actually like the first wheel, and then the rest are kind of numbered after that. This one's the third wheel. The fourth wheel is the one I already put in. The escape wheel is the fifth or last wheel. And then this middle one, I don't know why we don't really call it the second wheel, or at least I don't. It's called the center wheel. But it is definitely the second one in the progression there. And as you can see, what you'll want to do is make sure that the teeth of the wheel are properly meshed like that so that they all sit flat. And once they do get to that point, then you can put this plate back on. Now this is a bit of a tricky business because you do need to make sure that everything is lined up properly, and that can be difficult to do, especially on such a large plate. So what I like to do is I'll take a little plastic pointer tip. It kind of acts as my extra hand to create just a tiny bit of pressure down, so that I can give myself the best shot of these pivots all falling into place. Now on this watch it's a little tricky because I also have these other two pivots that are covered by this separate bridge over here. The fourth wheel and escape wheel have their own jeweled pivots there, and they all kind of need to be lined up simultaneously to make sure that I'm safe to start screwing down the bridges. So let's put those into place. Oh, getting close, getting close. Yeah, that's starting to look pretty good there. Okay, so now that the parts are all lined up, I can start to screw down these bridges. And again, I'll just be testing them as I go, making sure that everything is properly lined up.
The greatest apocalypse crisis in the world has arrived. Humanity must survive. Superheroes fight.
Properly lined up. Just like that. Now turning the watch over, I can use a little bit of grease here where the Candid pinion goes down. This is actually on the center wheel, just from the other side. And I can continue the rebuild. The point of this initial stage of the rebuild is to get the watch running again. One good way to think about this is that the regular watch that, you know, that tells time and that runs hopefully as well as we can get it to run, it is the engine for this whole operation. So it will of course tell time, but also the power that it makes is what the chronograph, the stopwatch part of the watch, takes from to operate as well. So if the watch isn't running very strong underneath, then it'll have an extra hard time when you start trying to add extra things to it that are taking power from it. So right now, I want to see A, if this watch is going to run, and B, how well we can get it running. Once I'm happy with that, then we'll start putting on all the chronograph parts as well. But in order for us to start the watch running at all, we need to put the keyless works into place because this is how I'm going to wind the watch. See, it all makes sense, right? Really simple. Every time I think that, I look over at the tray that has all the parts in it and I think, okay, it's not that simple. Okay, now I can put the yoke into place, and it has a spring right there that pushes down on it. And what I'm going to try to do is kind of pull that spring out of the way so that I can seat the yoke properly. Ooh, careful. Because there's this screw right here that needs to hold it into place. So what I'm actually going to do is kind of put this screw into place first, give it a little bit of a start, but not screw it down all the way, because now I'm going to move the yoke into position now that it's being held under a little bit of tension. This just sort of stabilizes it so that it doesn't fly away. See, I can move that spring out of the way and then seat the yoke, and then I'll be able to fully screw it down. And I'm just going to hold it in place while I do that. And there we go, just like that. And this is a setting lever spring. This spring actually actuates directly on the setting lever. The setting lever is the thing that dictates whether the watch is in winding mode or hand setting mode. Rather conveniently, they're both done from the same crown. Okay, quick test. There we go. I want to see that jump over. And now I can use some more of the blue Mobius synthetic grease to make sure that any of the high friction parts are taken care of. With that done, now I can take the pallet fork and I'm going to put it in a solvent, and that will clean it. I don't like to put it necessarily in the watch cleaning machine because the adhesive that holds those pallet stones in, it's called shellac. It's actually a naturally occurring adhesive. I believe insects produce it. Kind of weird. But at any rate, under the harsh chemicals, it can become a little bit softened, and I prefer not to let that happen. Okay, same deal here. I'm going to put the pallet fork bridge in place and then lightly screw it down, making sure not to overdo it. And that'll allow me to align the pivot of the pallet fork. And then once I'm comfortable with where it's at, I can screw it down all the way. And that's what you're looking for. You want it to jump back and forth kind of on its own power. And once you're happy, you can screw it down. Okay, now we can put on the balance wheel. And this is one of our first big moments of truth. Will the watch kick back to life and run? And then if so, can I get it running really well? We have to align the pivot top and bottom. A quick check to make sure that it looks right. Doesn't want to go just yet. Little kickstart. Okay. Yeah, that does seem like it's going. I haven't really put much of a wind in the watch, and it is running on its own, so that's good news. Although, looking at it, it looks like it's barely going. Huh. I'll try winding it up. It doesn't seem to be doing much. Yeah, you can take a look at the movement, and you can see it's kind of barely running at all. I mean, you can even just tell visually, right, that it doesn't look like it's swinging fully. And you know what that tells me? I think I need to replace the mainspring. I was open to this happening. Not that I'm happy about it, but I'm going to have to order me up a mainspring, and that means I'm doing a lot of the work that I just did. But that sometimes is part of the deal, and it's a risk I took by trying to reuse this mainspring. So taking a look, and yeah, so that's funny. It's actually all the way broken now. Yeah. All right. Well, this mainspring was definitely compromised by having that one part that was broken off, and it looks like it has completely failed on me here. So I'm going to have to put in a new one. That's okay, though. Putting in a new mainspring is often the right thing to do anyway, and we'll go ahead and put it into place. You can see there's this metal disc around the outside, and that kind of holds it in place until you're ready to install it, like I'm going to do right here. I'm going to try to kind of hold it down with my... Whoa! Oh, goodness sakes. Well, there's the mainspring. And, well, I guess I could take a moment now to show you what it's supposed to look like on that end. That is what it's supposed to look like. And I guess I get to use my mainspring winders again. I didn't notice, but that mainspring actually had two of the metal discs that's supposed to hold it together, and it's only supposed to have one. And that made it rather unstable upon installation. So a quick use of my mainspring winders and another quick installation, and that is what you want to see. Now that is a properly running watch. In fact, let's get it lubricated, oiled up, and we'll get it on the time graph or timing machine to see how well it's actually running. A small amount of oil is needed for each of these pivots. It's interesting because you'd think that more oil would be better, but it's actually not. You're actually aiming for quite a small amount of oil on these pivots, just enough to lubricate where the pivot is, but not to overdo it. Of course, we also need to take care of the balance jewels. These are arguably the most important ones when it comes to performance, because they are designed to suspend a small droplet of oil directly above the pivot. And if they don't do that, then they're usually dry, as you see here, and that means that they are sort of working against the watch a little bit. You know, the oil, when it dries up, this modern synthetic oil is pretty good. I'm still going to use a piece of pegwood here just to gently, manually clean the surface of that jewel, because some of that oil can still be stuck on. But for the most part, when the oil dries up, it kind of becomes the opposite of what you want it to be. Instead of a lubricant, it can actually attract little bits of dust and debris and make it a little bit more of a, an abrasive. Okay, one little droplet of oil right in the middle of that flat jewel, and now I can simply replace the top with the other side here. Just like that, and now I can put it back into place in the actual watch movement. Oop, kind of dropped it there. No, that's not it. There we go. I need it to fall all the way brilliantly designed, by the way. That brass part that I'm reinstalling here, that's a spring, and it keeps these that your watch much less likely to break. Let's put it on the time grapher and see how it does after some adjusting. Woo. Whoa, this thing has some life left in it, no doubt about it. 291 degrees of amplitude, 0 seconds a day, and 0.1 of beat error. That is more or less perfect. That's about as good as I'm going to be able to get it. And it means we have a good, strong foundation to rebuild the chronograph part of the movement back on. So let's do that now. This is the scary part. This is the part I have less experience with. But I've done it before, and I'm getting better at it. And my comfort level's starting to get there. Plus, there's really no other way but forward. So onward we go. I'll start by putting this column wheel into place. As you can see, it's a monster that holds it into place. And I'll just make sure that it spins freely before all of the tension gets put on it. And as I mentioned, you can see I'm going to take off the screw that was sitting there. Again, these are the ones that I left in place. And then I can go about replacing the things that they hold on. And this is, again, just a practice thing that you can do just to make it a little less likely that you make a mistake, get stuck, and it ends up being a bit of a time saver. As you can see, this spring acts directly on that column wheel. So before tightening the spring all the way down, I'll make sure that it's intact, and now I can screw it all the way down, and then I can use a little bit of the blue grease here where it interacts with that wheel. So that's a little too much, actually, but I could use some Rodico to clean it up. Anytime you overdo it with the oil, it's a good idea to make sure to clean it up.
Hi, I'm Robin, a team member at Chick-fil-A, Georgia. And a little thing you'll love about our smokehouse barbecue bacon sandwich is...
Good idea to make sure to clean it up. So this is the chronograph running second rudder. Basically, this is what the seconds hand, the stopwatch, this is what it attaches to. And this, of course, also how you reset it, get it back to 0. I'll show you that as well. And this one displays the minutes. And as you can see, there's a little bridge here that holds on both of these. It's got a very pleasing shape. You could mention, I should mention, you can see those jewels in the middle. Those are ruby. They are synthetic, but they are chemically identical to rubies. And they are very, very hard. They're also brittle. A little tiny bit of oil on the top of those. Again, this is the lightest viscosity oil. It's called Mobius 9010, and I use it for these pivots. And now what I'm going to do is something a little bit tricky. So there's a thing called a heart cam that you can see in the middle there, and it requires a very thin amount of oil applied to the surface of the cam. So the way I was taught to do this by Mark Levick is that you kind of push it along using the oiler to create just the tiniest, thinnest amount on there. And there's the hammer, which will actually slam up against that cam. And so that's why you need to have that lubrication on there. Now, I haven't installed the hammer yet, but I will. Okay, I'm trying to make sure that these, there we go, get meshed together properly. As you can see right now, this part is just loose, but it will be under tension, you know, as we continue the reassembling. Now, I'm putting a little bit of grease around the outside of that column wheel because it will also be actuated upon. That part of it will, I should say. And here's the spring. Careful. One step at a time. And just make sure that this is seated properly. There we go. And then I can screw it down all the way. And now you can see that that is no longer loose. It has the spring tension on it that will keep it in place. Again, removing the screws that I had replaced there so that I can replace the parts. This part is called the coupling clutch, and it's going to go over an eccentric. If you look at the very top there, that is not a screw. That is one of those things that I mentioned before that just has a post on it, but when you turn it, it actually changes where this thing sits. And that's the primary way that you can make an adjustment to a chronograph like this. I can screw this into place. Again, it kind of acts like a hinge, you know, where like it has some freedom of movement, but not enough to just go anywhere it wants. There we go. See that? See how it can move back and forth a little bit? Now I can put the operating lever in place. This is the thing that you actually push on to start and stop the chronograph. Well, the pusher pushes on it when you push it, as it were. This part acts kind of like as a brake. It gets in the way. So it's interesting because, you know, the chronograph has a few different modes, right? It has where it's just off, but then it has where it's running. Then you can hit the chronograph again to stop it, but it actually is still, you know, it's not running, but it's in the running state, where if you hit the start again, it'll just pick up and off. And then you can hit the reset button on the bottom to move everything back to zero. But for example, if the chronograph is running, you don't want to be able to let somebody hit the reset button and have everything go slamming into each other, right? So there's little breaks, little ways that it prevents itself from being able to do certain things in certain conditions.
Do you ever feel the beauty of the world? Knowledge and color you can feel.
A little bit of medium viscosity oil for this thing that resets. The ends of this are what actually push up against those cams, those heart cams I mentioned before, where they're smooth and rounded like a heart, so that if a flat surface hits it, it will actually rotate until it hits the top of the heart. And that is meant to be the place at which the hands are at zero, right? Like the seconds hand is pointing straight up, and the minute recording hand is at zero. Again, just a little bit of medium viscosity oil where these two parts meet up. You just don't want really ever to have straight up metal on metal. That's a little too much oil though. Again, I'll just use the Rodico to clean it away. Part's a little bit tricky to install. I don't know if I was supposed to do this first, maybe. But I'm going to do what I've been doing, which is to install it most of the way down and then kind of position it in place, and then I'll finish screwing it in after I'm confident that it goes where it's supposed to go and that it's been lubricated. Like that. Now this is an extended wheel, meaning that this one actually goes on the top of that spike that comes off of the pivot. And what I'm looking for here is that this wheel and the one that it touches up against there on the right are aligned, up and down aligned. You see how they mesh up together there? I want to make sure that one of them isn't significantly higher or lower than the other. I do need to do a little bit of backtracking here with the, because I need to put on this part that I realize now actually goes kind of in between two parts that I've already got on here. And so I'm just going to have to show a little bit of patience and undo some work that I've done here. But, you know, I've got all the time I need, right? Like I'm not sitting here under some crushing deadline or whatever. I can just take my time, and if I forget to put a part in, or if I realize after that it would have been better to put it in first, I can just do that. You know, if the mainspring doesn't work that I was hoping would work, I can just fix that too, which is what we have to do. I'm more determined determined about getting this thing running right than I am about any other temporary thing. Because, as I mentioned before, this is kind of a dream watch for me, and I want to be able to wear this thing for years and years. I'll be honest with you, when I first started with the hobby, I was skeptical that I would ever be able to get to this point, to be able to work on something like this, and to actually be able to have a shot at bringing back to life something that was, you know, neglected at the least. And it's really exciting. I know it sounds weird because, like, I'm sitting at my bench, I'm working on a watch, like, how exciting could it be? And the answer is really exciting. It's a thrill to work on stuff like this, and I absolutely love it. To put the balance back into place, I'll take it off when I'm working on these parts of the movement, just for safety's sake, because I'm, you know, installing a bunch of parts and I don't need the balance sitting there. Now take a look at how this works. If you look, these two wheels are spinning, but the wheel in the middle doesn't until I do this. That's simulating starting the chronograph. And do you see how that chronograph rudder wheel in the middle is now spinning? That's because the chronograph is now engaged. It is working. But that doesn't mean that it's perfect. In fact, take a look. The watch just stopped. Now watch what happens when I disengage the chronograph. Boom, it starts running again. And I know why. This isn't anything to panic about. The reason is because of this. So if you look right here, these two wheels are enmeshed with each other over on the left. But when I start the chronograph, which I just did right there, now this wheel is meant to meet up with that chronograph rudder wheel. And if they get pushed too close together where there's no room for that wheel to go, it will slow down and even stop the movement. Now take a look here. You can see, by the way, the bottom of the hard cam there. What this wheel is here is this is an intermediate wheel that slides over to this, and then you see this little post on the end. This is actually the runner that keeps track of minutes. And if you see that triangle, watch what happens when it hits the tooth of that. Boom, it moves it over 1 notch, and that is 1 minute recorded on the front. This is what it looks like over here, and that's what that spring part does, is it makes sure that it only goes one spot. And the thing is, that's working actually quite well, because that little finger, that pointer that went by, if it grabs too much of it, it will turn it over by perhaps more than 1 notch. If it doesn't grab enough, then it won't get turned over all the way. And so there's some adjustments that you can make there as well. But this one looks like it's actually working quite well. It recorded exactly the 1 minute, exactly how I hope it would record it. That is displayed, by the way, on the front side of the dial. One of those sub-registers, in fact, it happens to be the one that the hand got broken on. That one is meant to tick over once per minute, because if you think about it, when you start a chronograph, that big center seconds wheel starts to go around, but after it goes around once and it's been a minute, how do you know that a minute's passed, or 2 or 3 or 5, right? What if you're making spaghetti and you want to cook the noodles for 10 minutes or something? How do you know how many minutes have gone by? You don't want to have to stare at it and write it down. So they thought of that, and what they do is they have a minutes recording wheel. And then there's also one for hours, that is hours of the chronograph having gone by, so that you can actually record, you know, for, I mean, straight up for up to 12 hours. I mean, it'll keep going further, but it will circle back around, and it'll say 12, and it'll go back to 1 as far as how many hours has gone by. So, you know, you will have to track it a different way at that point. But I mean, this thing will track hours, minutes, and seconds for up to 12 hours straight. We're back on the dial side of the movement now, just getting everything together. There's some of the parts of the chronograph recording system are on this side, including that hour recorder. There's also just the good old keyless works, which we've already put into place. This little extended pinion thing, this is actually part of that hour recording. Just make sure that it's seated properly, and then I can loosen up the little tensioner spring here just to move it out of the way so that I can put this wheel and this little bridge back into place. Here. Like that. As I found out during disassembly, this one is held under a bit of tension as well. So I'll try to be careful when putting it back together This is a shouldered screw, and I'll use a little bit of lubrication there just to make sure that where it meets up with this piece of metal, it has a little bit less friction there. There we go. And the spring kind of goes along the outside of it. And once again, I can just use this big old screw to hold it into place. This is really starting to come together. I've got a running watch. The chronograph seems to be going. What am I worried about? I'm still worried about the crystal. I'm still worried about the hands. I was able to find a set of hands. Thinking about that hand that broke off also. I still haven't figured out what's going on with it, but I do have a theory brewing, because if you look closely when I took it off, that hand was much brighter than the other hands. It was seemingly newer. I'm wondering if it was a replacement. Okay, this cover plate kind of goes over most of this part of the movement. It also provides a base for the dial to sit on. And as you can see, if I can just line up the underhole there and hold it in place, then I can screw it down. Boy, this is quite a journey. These chronographs have a lot going on. That's why I set it kind of as my goal, my watch repair end game, if you will. Still kind of can't believe I get to work on watches like this. There we go. I can put the hour wheel in place. I think it's a washer too, to make sure it stays held down. Now I can grab the dial and replace it. Dial's probably the star of the show here. It's in really, really good shape. And it has a beautiful, balanced layout that partly is due to the fact that the watch is relatively small. Take a look at that. It's gorgeous. And we can put the hands back on now. So I'll start by the running seconds hand. This hand actually just continues to turn. It's kind of to let you know that the watch is running, because otherwise none of the hands will go unless the chronograph is actually running. As you can see, it's already started to turn. And then this one is the hour recording hand that I mentioned before. So once the chronograph is running, once every hour, that will tick one spot forward. Which means that I do need to have it lined up with the 12 to start with, because that's where it's going to sit the vast majority of the time. Just a gentle push to put it into place. Now, this is the replacement hand that I got for this, and let's see if we can make it, if it'll work. As you can see, it also is a lot lighter than the other two, just like the one that it's replacing. So I guess I get to keep that the same. Normally you'd want them to all be the same size. Now this one does need to be lined up at the very top there, and it does seem to be giving me a little bit of trouble. Okay, that might work. Let's see if I can push it into place. No? Now, what is going on? Yeah, it doesn't, this feels like this hand, the tiny hole in that, just enough so that it'll fit. And this actually gives me an idea. I wonder if somebody tried to replace this hand before and didn't do what I just did. They are. hand is over towards the side where the crown is, and that's where the water got in, is that there could have been a little bit of corrosion on that hand that actually kind of welded it into place, if you will. I will never know, but these are my theories. These are my theories. I think normally it would kind of bug me to have that one hand be start white like that, but it actually just matches up with what the watch looked like when it came to me, so it's kind of keeping it historically accurate in a way. Really bugging me for some reason. Maybe I'm just smitten with this watch. This is the Chronograph seconds hand there that goes in the middle. That's the one that will start turning once you hit start on the Chronograph hand. Let's see if it'll actually do it here. Yeah, there we go. And then the big moment of truth is when I stop it and now reset it, it should go right back up to 12. I really hope it does, because it means I did everything right on the other side. Oh, there it goes. Very nice. So that's looking good. We can set that aside now and focus on the case. Now, again, I had to kind of get creative here. I could not find an original crystal for this, but I noticed that the inner bezel on the crystal has a groove in it for the little minute counting ring here. And there's a certain type of crystal called an armored crystal that has a gap like that, and you could just take the armored part out. That was that silver part that I took out. And then I think I could maybe just press this into place and it will hold that inner bezel. It's a little bit of a tricky operation, I think, but this is going to be my best shot because I can't reuse the crystal I had. It's too cracked, and I'm worried that water's going to get in. So let's give it a shot and see if this idea will work. It's not a perfect fit for that ring, and it makes it a little bit tricky to try to keep it lined up and seated properly, but I think I can maybe pull it off. So what I'm going to do is use my Rover crystal press here, and I'm going to use one of the plastic dies that goes on it, because this type of crystal is just pressed into place rather than stretched out and, you know, doing the way I normally do it. And I think if everything's lined up, let's just see. Yeah, I felt it click into place. That is what I would expect from this type of crystal normally. And we'll take a look at that in a second, because first I need to put on these pushers. These, again, have been cleaned and put through the watch cleaning machine as well. And as you can see, you just put the post through, and then I put the spring and the cap around the other side. In fact, I'll just kind of hold it in place with my hand and then apply pressure from the inside with the screwdriver. And there we go, a quick test. Yeah, looks like it's working just fine. So that's good. Now take a look at the case after it's been fully assembled with the movement ring in there. That's looking pretty good, actually. So I think my idea may have worked. It would have been easier just to find an original part, but that could be quite difficult for old watches like this. I couldn't find one anywhere. Okay, now we can reinstall the movement itself. Oh, I'm getting so excited. It's like chills right now. I have waited a very, very, very long time to get a watch like this. And to think that I'm kind of adding to its history for me as well is just really, really cool. I can put the case clamp into place. You can see this case has definitely seen better days. This watch was used. Somebody absolutely wore this a lot. And I love that about it. It gives that case that patina look. But not too bad, you know, it's not beaten up so that you're not excited about it. It's just, you can tell that it's been loved. A brand new rubber gasket for the outside will help with any future water issues. The one that was on there got completely destroyed when I took the case back off. Ideally, this case back will come off a little bit easier than it did. No super glue needed, hopefully, this time. And I've got a watch strap that I've actually had for years for a different Hoyer watch, and I'm going to put that on perfect style for it. It's a racing strap. And this is the type of strap that they would have originally put on these watches. A it actually ticks over on that minute as well. Right here, take a look at the right-hand side, and boom, right over to a minute. That's exactly what we wanted to see. And then I can stop it, and then restart it, and it should go all back to 0, and it does. It's actually working, and it is stunning. I have never been so thrilled with the restoration as I am with this one. This is honestly, just to me, an underrated, beautiful, awesome manual chronograph from the 1960s from Moyer, and I can't believe that I actually get to own this watch now. Unbelievable stuff. Thank you so much for coming on this journey with me. I know this was a big, long, complicated one, and I'm really glad you're here for this kind of full circle moment for me and for this channel, and hopefully for you as well. If you want to find me on Instagram, I am @thiswatch_. I'd love it if you come over and say hi. And with that, see you next time.
The soft weight of a woman's curves resting on his face was all Jacob ever wanted. When he looked up, Jacob was shocked to see a girl falling from the sky. That wasn't all. That girl...
Think all the good bikes are overpriced? Think again. Some of the best rides out there are hiding in plain sight. Cheap, reliable, and totally overlooked. These are 10 hidden gem motorcycles no one talks about, but you definitely should. Let's dive in. Number 10, Yamaha FZ6R. While many riders chase after fully paired race replicas, this Yamaha flies under the radar with a mix of real-world performance, everyday comfort, and pricing that will make any dealership deal hunter grin. The FZ6R is powered by a 600 cubic centimeter inline 4 engine that's derived from the older R6 platform, but it's been tuned for smoother power delivery and better low-end torque. This isn't a peaky track missile. It's a real-world machine that gives you the joy of revving out an inline 4 without being punished in city traffic or long highway stretches. The bike delivers around 78 horsepower and 44 pound-feet of torque, which is more than enough for spirited rides, but still tame enough for newer riders looking to upgrade from smaller bikes. Weight-wise, the FZ6R tips the scales at just under 470 pounds, which makes it a manageable option for daily use. It also comes with a slightly more upright riding position than full Super Sports, which helps reduce wrist strain and makes it easier to see traffic ahead. That relaxed position, combined with the full fairing and decent wind protection, makes the FZ6R an underrated gem for commuting, weekend road trips, or even the occasional twisty mountain road. The chassis on the FZ6R feels solid without being overly stiff, which is perfect for riders who want feedback without feeling every crack in the pavement. The suspension is non-adjustable but well-balanced for most riders, especially in stock form. You won't be setting lap records at the track, but you will be smiling every time you crack the throttle and feel that smooth inline 4 surge. Another major perk of the FZ6R is its availability. Since Yamaha produced this bike for nearly a decade, there's a healthy supply on the used market. That means parts are plentiful, upgrades are easy to find, and maintenance is straightforward. And because it never gained a cult following like the R6 or R1, prices have stayed low, often between $3,500 and $4,500, depending on the year and condition. That's a steal for a bike with this kind of performance and reliability. But if you're craving something that looks vintage without giving you vintage headaches, the next bike on this list is an absolute goldmine. Liking the ride so far? Hit like and subscribe. More hidden gems are just around the corner. Number 9, Suzuki TU250X. This one right here is the definition of a hidden gem. The TU250X is one of those bikes that most people walk right past in a dealership without realizing just how much it is. Especially for what you can pick it up for. Dealerships are letting these go for incredibly low prices, often under $3,500 for a well-kept used one. And when you factor in how well it runs, how easy it is to cubic centimeters and around 14 pound-feet of torque. Sure, that might sound a little underwhelming to the guys riding bikes with big V-twins, but for city cruising, Sunday morning back road runs, or teaching someone how to ride, it's more than enough. And thanks to its lightweight design, tipping the scales at only 326 pounds, this bike handles like a bicycle with an engine. Super easy to lean into corners, and even easier to throw onto a trailer or into the garage. Maintenance is another huge win. You can practically rebuild half this bike with just a few wrenches. Oil changes are a breeze. If you are the kind of guy who likes getting your hands dirty in the garage, this is a bike that rewards that kind of hands-on care. Why is this bike not more popular? It's simple. People think it looks too old-fashioned, or that it's too small to be taken seriously. But those are the same people who end up riding some oversized, uncomfortable monster of a bike they never really enjoy. The TU250X is the bike you fall in love with after owning something bigger and realizing that simpler often means better. If you are looking for a reliable, cheap, and charming little bike to either start your journey or enjoy those back road cruises with a smile on your face, this is the one you do not want to overlook. Dealerships are practically giving them away, and it is only a matter of time before people catch on. Now, speaking of underappreciated, the next one on this list is built like a tank, and still nobody's talking about it. Number 8, Kawasaki Versys 650. While everyone else is chasing after the more recognizable Ninjas or adventure-ready KLR models, this one sits quietly in the shadows, waiting for the right rider to see its true value. It is a classic case of a motorcycle that delivers far more than its reputation suggests. Under the tank, you get a 649 cubic centimeter parallel twin engine that produces around 64 horsepower and 45 pound-feet of torque. That might not sound explosive, but in real-world riding conditions, this power band hits the sweet spot, making it smooth, capable, and plenty fast for the road. Whether you're navigating tight city traffic or leaning into a sweeping back road corner, the Versys delivers a responsive and predictable feel that makes riding easy and enjoyable. One of the biggest surprises with the Versys is just how comfortable it is. Long travel suspension soaks up road imperfections with ease, and the upright riding position makes it ideal for long stretches in the saddle. Add to that a comfortable seat, wide handlebars, and a manageable wet weight of around 454 pounds, and you've got a bike that's ready for just about anything, from weekday commuting to weekend trips out of town. Visually, it does not try to follow trends or mimic more aggressive models. Instead, it strikes a unique balance between a naked bike and a light-duty adventure tour. Some riders might find its looks a little unusual, but that nonconformity is exactly why the Versys flies under the radar. It is a true utility player, capable of performing multiple roles without needing the spotlight. Because it has never developed a strong following like other models in Kawasaki's lineup, the Versys has remained one of the best-kept secrets in the used motorcycle market. That lack of popularity works in your favor. Fewer people are searching for them, and sellers often let them go for far less than they are worth. If you are the kind of rider who values function over fame and wants a machine that will just keep running without making...
Hey, good afternoon, Sarge. I'm doing well. How about yourself? Yeah, I'm working. I am in Connecticut, headed back to Pennsylvania, headed back towards Easton. All I remember is going out for a second and then someone helping me up. Oh, someone put me out. Okay. Was I distracted from somebody else? was just regular talking to him, and then he told me, why are you talking to me? And I stopped, and I was like, okay, and I remember somebody helped me out, but I don't. Yeah, because I went out for a second. I didn't know what was going on, and I wasn't trying to fight anybody. Nah, ain't no reason to go back there. I ain't been there before. I'm not going back again. Yeah, because I was the only one there, and there's a whole lot of them. Yes, sir. All right. Hey, Sarge, I forgot to ask you, are you going to have some type of incident report number or anything for me? Okay. And what's the precinct you're at? What's the precinct that I need to go pick up the information when it is ready? Yeah, but what's the I don't know what jurisdiction, like what police station you're at. Yeah. By the Jacobsburg Park, like the opposite direction of Jacobsburg. Okay. 6292 something. Alright, 6292. Hey, I don't remember your first name, Sarge. I keep calling you Sarge. Sean. Thank you, Sean. Bye. up, Dave?
Potentially make money by pairing Amazon with the power of AI.
Every time I blame somebody, I'm giving somebody else power. You know what? There's no more lying to myself. The only person I need to be honest with is myself. So I was like, you know what? Everything's my fault. And the moment I said that, I took all the power back from everybody else. It's my decision whether or not I want to wake up at 7 in the morning. It's my decision if I want to go to the gym. If I'm fat, it's my fault. If I don't like my life, it's my fault. If I look at my bank account and I don't like the number that's in there, it's a reflection of what I've been doing over these last 90 days. So if I don't like it, then it should probably change.
So this is what your Twitter bio says. I'm just a young dad that grew up in Cleveland and had a kid at 18. I started off selling do-rags and it turned into 3 six-figure brands and a 7-figure business in 3 years. So that's really where I wanted to start, and I wanted to start right at the beginning, which is, tell me about that first year. 18, you have a kid, just give me the whole like context, like what was happening in your life, like what did it look like at that moment?
Absolutely. Man, it was scary. You know, I just got out of high school, and you know, I played basketball in high school. I always wanted to go to college and, you know, be a college basketball player, but I was never that good. I was, in my own opinion, the worst on the team. I wasn't getting any playing time. I was a person getting made fun of, and I've always had doubting from day one. From freshman year all the way through high school, I wasn't the smartest. I graduated with 2.7 GPA, and as soon as high school was over, I see all my friends like, oh, I'm going here and I'm going there, and it's just kind of like, well, I'm the only one staying in Cleveland. Like, I don't want to be here. And when I found out after prom that I was having my daughter, it was like frightening, bro. Like I was like,
site. I just missed this phone number calling. Jeremiah Cash. the symptoms of a bad carburetor. Sputtering, not starting, starting then dying out, bad throttle response. Revving once it starts. The bunch of symptoms. I haven't messed with a carburetor in some time.
Looking to get jacked, man, boy? I'm just looking for some clean protein. Clean? Kings don't waste time on clean. You need to eat. Like a man.
There's millions of mobility and posture correcting videos on YouTube, but all of them are completely wrong. Even I made one and it's good, but if I had to redo it today, I would make it completely different, because one thing I've learned along the way is that stretching is the least important. Also, I feel like I look worse before and after. That sucks. I mean, think about it. Stretching isn't what turned you into the rolled shoulder, nerd neck, imaginary lat syndrome dickhead that you are today. The way you train got you here. Good job. I found that the key to increasing thoracic mobility, which will lead to better posture and subsequently lead to more muscle growth, is by programming exercises that increase the range of motion on all your horizontal shoulder adducting muscles, as well as your pec minor, most people neglect that bastard, and overloading the shit out of your horizontal shoulder abducting muscles, your upper back. Who wants a mustache ride? I think a key point to understand is that we're not dealing with adaptive shortening, where you start to lose sarcomeres in series. The muscle actually gets shorter. That's only been shown in animal models or somebody who has had a limb immobilized for a long period of time, like if you were stuck in a cast. The reason you look like Quasimodo is actually due to increased neuromuscular tone and tightened stiffness. That's why the previous video I made was all centered around PNF stretching, because it's been shown to reduce resting neural tone. Neural tone is just the baseline muscle activation maintained by the nervous system. By contracting a muscle at length, it allows you to relax said muscle and stretch even further. And while it works, it takes forever to see any real noticeable changes to your posture. And that makes sense when you look into the research and find that there's very little evidence to support the fact that stretching alone can induce any sort of postural changes. We want the shit to go that way. Now, those studies were done using passive stretching, and PNF stretching doesn't really fall into the category. There's a contraction element, but we're still not targeting the antagonist muscles. It's the equivalent to jerking off with a condom on. Doesn't count. You're still a virgin, just a sad one. On the other hand, if we look at the research around strengthening the weak muscles that are leading to poor posture and mobility, there is a substantial benefit. So we should probably... The big aha moment for me was when I realized that we need to take strengthening those weak antagonist muscles to the extreme. It's the only way we're going to counteract that shit posture you have throughout the rest of your day. First, we need to identify the problem areas. Now, we probably don't have to go too in-depth on this, because I'm assuming you can guess what muscles are causing the problem. But there is a study that compared the shoulder range of motion and strength in bodybuilders compared to non-bodybuilders, and found that bodybuilders had a stronger mid-trapezius by only 1.2% and lower trapezius by 1%. Oh my God. It's a pretty good indication most people are piss poor at targeting those regions of the trap. Other studies have also found a similar strength discrepancy between horizontal adduction and abduction in powerlifters. And the no shit part of this is they were training the adducting muscles 2.5 times as much. So that caused that. And I don't know about you, but I took a look at my back training and realized I was hitting my lats with several different exercises from different angles, and really only had one major upper back movement, and that's just not going to cut it. So I have since changed a lot. Cool story, bro, but how do I fix my horrible posture and shit thoracic mobility? Step one, every chest day should have one exercise that is dedicated to biasing, which is not 100% possible, but attempting to bias the pectoralis minor. This is important for several reasons. One being that a tight pectoralis minor has been linked to decreased posterior tipping of the scapula, which leads to less subacromial space, and eventually one of those rotator cuff muscles are going to scrape the top of the acromion like a stripper leaving a shit stain on your shirt. Nope, she got a great personality. As well as being linked to internal rotation, which is exactly what we're trying to fix. Recently, I've seen a lot of people doing this variation of dumbbell flies, where you start with the traditional form, and as you get into the stretch, you go into external rotation, which actually makes sense in terms of putting that pectoralis minor at length, because they've looked at the best way to stretch your pectoralis minor, and wouldn't you believe it, it's the stupid doorway stretch. So this position actually perfectly mimics that, but when you look at the line of action of the muscle, we should actually be contracting down at this angle. That's why I prefer the cable variation of these. It's a little less Mr. Potato Head, my shoulder's going to dislocate and fall on the floor, and more in line with how the muscle actually contracts. And remember, this isn't a muscle we're trying to overload. It's one that's obviously weaker, but we're trying to take it through greater and greater ranges of motion, so I'll do sets of 15, sometimes 20, but usually 15. Step 2, which actually is way more fun than step 1. Step 1's kind of a pain in the dick. Increase the range of motion on every single pressing movement you do. The way I do it is by using a cut-up foam pad like this on every single pressing movement I do. The idea being that it allows you to more easily retract your scaps, stretch, and having a greater range of motion. Now, a lot of you aren't even at this step because your typical press goes down and stops at 90 degrees. So I would start out by getting that bar down to your chest. Once you're able to comfortably get that bar down to your chest, then I would work your way to and slowly increase the stretch here. But I will say, even if you're somebody whose range of motion is just god-awful and you feel like you don't need this thing, I still would probably use it. It actually frees up your scapulae and helps you pinch those shoulder blades together as you go into a deep stretch and prevents any fuckery from your shoulder, like it tipping forward. I use this thing so much, I'm trying to get the people that make the ab mat that you've seen, I'm sure you've seen. Because this thing, it's just a dumb foam pad. Preferably, it would be in the shape of half of a foam roller, the exact width of this bench, and have the strap technology of this thing. If they can, I'll make a couple extra to sell if anybody wants to buy them. And even if you don't, I don't give a shit. I'll give them to the homeless and they can use them as really shitty pillows. Step 3, the most important part, which most people don't do, increase the volume and intensity you train those weak-ass muscles that have slowly turned you into a Ninja Turtle, the rhomboids, mid-traps, and the low traps. What this looks like for me is that the first 2 exercises on my back day are high elbow row variations. I do heavy sets of 6, and since the rhomboids and mid-traps don't really give a shit about the rowing part of the movement, after I'm done with those sets, I increase the weight and go rapid. When it comes to lower traps, even when I'm doing once I'm done with these working sets, I increase the weight and then mobility work. It's not yoga, it's fixing the way you train. And I'm currently working on a program that perfectly pairs training for strength and hypertrophy, and it will be glorious. So look out for that. In the meantime, if you haven't bought the most recent upper-lower split, there's a full gym and a garage. You should buy it. The increase of frequency and volume, you will grow.
Follow the leader may soon become follow the lawmaker when it comes to playing the stock market. Tonight we look at a new app that allows you to copy trades made by congressional leaders. Congressional correspondent Aisha Hassan shows us from Capitol Hill.
You can't beat them, you might as well join them. That's exactly what Chris Joseph set out to do when he co-founded Autopilot, a new app that lets you copy stock trades made by lawmakers. Members have 45 days to disclose their moves. When that becomes public, the app replicates those trades using your money. There's even a tool to track former Speaker Nancy Pelosi's investments, whose yearly average return is reportedly 31%. The founders created Autopilot to put pressure on Congress to ban individual stock trading for lawmakers. As investor watchdog group Unusual Whales reports,
President Trump just announced that tariffs on China might be coming down soon, and the stock market loved it. We saw the Dow Jones on the news that there'll be no trade war. Well, let me break down what's actually going on. That way you can be a smarter investor. Right now, the United States has a 145% tariff on Chinese goods. And in response, China has put a 125% tariff on United States goods. What does that mean? That if you're a company doing business in China, you are probably losing a lot of money. So companies like Apple, Walmart, and Tesla, who do a lot of business in China, have been bleeding because of these tariffs. So much so that there are many economists that are saying that these tariffs could put the United States economy into a recession. But this is where the White House says, have a little bit of patience. This temporary slowdown because of tariffs are better for the long term because it will allow the United States to renegotiate our trade deals with these countries to be more favorable for the United States. We just don't know when, and we don't know what it's going to look like. But for the first time, we might have a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, because President Trump has just said this about China specifically. Quote, 145%, the tariff is very high, and it won't be that high. It will come down substantially. It won't be zero. It used to be zero. But that's not all. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent also had a meeting with JP Morgan Chase Bank, where he supposedly said this, that talks between the United States and China would likely lead to a de-escalation. This is the hope that many investors have. The tariffs are going to be chilling out soon, and this will cause markets to rally. However, nothing has been finalized yet, which means you can still expect more volatility ahead. Now, we've been covering all of this in Market Briefs. Again, Market Briefs is my free financial newsletter, where every day my team is working to break down what's happening in things like the economy, the stock market, the housing market, the crypto market, and the global economy into a fun, witty, and easy-to-read newsletter. We have hundreds of thousands of investors that are reading Market Briefs every morning. Plus, when you join Market Briefs, you'll also get our Investing Masterclass as a bonus for free, just for joining Market Briefs. If you want to get Market
50 push-ups, 50 body squats, 50 lunges, 50-second wall sit, 50-second plank equals the daily 50. 50 push-ups, 50 body squats.
I'm not gonna blow you, I'm sorry.
Shit?
I'm
What's doing all that?
Oh, I'm just working, that's all.
No, what's doing all that?
Oh, it's just a Libra, I broke the piece off of it.
What's doing all that? You don't feel that?
It always feels, it don't feel good outside.
No.
What's your name?
You don't feel all that?
No, what's your
Right
name?
there.
What are you talking about?
I'll take.
Hey, so she's short, like pick you up.
You just short, right?
Yeah, you look good, you look nice.
They let you work out here like that?
Yeah. Where you from?
Like that?
Yeah. What you talking about?
See?
What you trying to see? Like, what you talking about?
What you mean?
Oh, yeah, you know, it's against policy to be wearing swimming trunks, but I mean, I don't care. It's hot outside. Like, I'm just trying to update my boss. Look at me. My bad. I gotta. Yeah. Where you headed to? Oh, I was finna go over here. I was finna sit down and take my break. Yeah. Where you from?
I'm from around here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what's up. What was your name? Tay. Oh, Kilo. Tay and Kilo. I'm not gonna blow you. I'm sorry.
Shit? What you doing all that?
Oh, I'm just working. That's all.
No, what you doing all that?
Oh, it's just a.
Sometimes the greatest rush.
Do swap. I remembered Monster Miata made the 5.0 swap for the Miatas, and I went on their website and I'm like, oh wait, they make an LS kit now. So I talked to them about how it all worked and what all was needed and whatever, and it's under $5,000 for a full swap kit for an LS. So I was like, crap, well, I guess we might as well do it. And I tallied it up. I'm like, we should definitely be able to do it for under $10,000. So that is kind of where the build started. Putting an LS in this car for under $10,000 with the Monster Miata swap kit. Because that's the only thing that made it doable. Before that, the swap kit alone was like close to $10,000. So once you drop that price down, everything else can kind of fall in line. And kind of just the overall purpose of the car is to
You know, it's probably making about 320 horsepower right now. So even with 205 R-comp tires in the rear, it should be super reliable because it's not a big enough tire or a heavy enough car to really break the drivetrain. The drivetrain is built for 600-700, and with those tires, which are only 70 bucks a tire, it'll be super fast in drift. I should be able to keep up with some of the bigger tires, higher horsepower cars, but while spending way less money to drive. So that's kind of like the whole purpose of this car. Plus, I just like the way Meowners drive in general. A few other tidbits before we get started on cost. I have an ECU Masters PMU setup, so I rewired the whole car with, it's basically a little computer that is all your fuses and relays. It covers all of your wiring. So instead of having a fuse, a relay, and a switch, it's all solid state, infinitely resettable, etc. It's like a really solid setup. That's probably like one of the cooler things on the car. It's pricey, but I like it. So anyway, that's pretty much the rundown on the car. So I guess we'll get started into the cost of everything. I have it all written down. I will also post this online, like in a link below or something, download link or whatever, so that you guys can see through it, and we'll run a tally on the screen as we go, so it's not just like this total. Okay, now that you guys know the purpose of the car and why, and you know what it was built for, and the reasons why we chose this car and this route and all that stuff, which is very important and kind of crucial to understanding the car and the budget and all that stuff. I'm going to go over what you guys are here for, which is how much it all costs. Two things to keep in mind. One, Miata swaps are very expensive, just in general. No matter what you swap into it, you generally have to do an aftermarket upgrade, and that is what drives the cost up compared to, say, an S13 or something where you just need mounts and maybe an oil pan. So that is a big factor. And the other thing to keep in mind, we did get help from some companies, which is very fortunate, but I'm not factoring that into the budget. I'm not budgeting what I spent. I'm budgeting what you would spend if you went out tomorrow and bought all these parts to build this car. So that's what we're going to go over. We're going to start with the swap itself, and then we'll get into like the cost of the whole car. So we'll just kind of run through what the swap kit comes with. I'm not going to go over the prices of everything because it'll be on the screen, but basically you get everything to convert the axles. So you get the axles, the spacers, the boots, the band. You need to get a set of reman axles, so 4 to 8/8 axles, and swap the shafts over and the boots and all that stuff to make them work. You get the broach tubs to make the axles fit in the hubs in the back, because the splines are different. The aluminum radiator with steam fitting, fans, clutch master cylinder, clutch hose and fittings, clutch master cylinder adapter bolted to the factory position, transmission cross member, engine mounts, diff hanger, radiator hanger, so basically a radiator mount that mounts under the core support, sway bar mounts, which you drop down the sway bar to give you clearance, under the oil pan, otherwise it wouldn't fit, and then differential torque mount, the Mass Motorsports LS conversion oil pan, and then the big ticket item, the custom subframe. So again, that's what drives the cost of these swaps, because you have to do it. So the total for the entire swap kit, the way I did it, because I didn't need a few things, ended up being $46.84. Okay, the next most important thing, or biggest part of the swap, the engine. So I went the route that I would not suggest, knowing what I know now, and pieced together the engine and drivetrain and stuff. So I bought a 5.3 truck motor, aluminum block, I think it's an LM4, I don't recall. Maybe I'll put it on the screen if I can remember what it is. But it's a 5.3 aluminum block truck motor. I got it with accessories, intake manifold, wiring harness, ECU. It didn't come with a starter or coil packs. Problem is, the truck accessories will not fit. They mount the alternator very high, so you have to convert to F-body, Camaro style accessories, or GTO style accessories. Intake manifold is also very high. So I had to convert to a, LS1, LS2, LS6, any one of those style intake manifolds. And that's where it starts to get kind of expensive. So we'll run through kind of the cost. So $750 for the engine, $75 for the G8 manifold, which is kind of what this kit's designed around fitting, $100 to get those ceramic coated, $200 for the intake manifold, which is kind of confusing. I originally bought it for $400 because it was supposed to come with fuel injectors, fuel rail, throttle body. It had a Holley 90 mil on it. It's supposed to be like everything I needed. Turns out he didn't have the injectors, he didn't have the rails that were right. He had some other rails, and he also, the throttle body ended up having issues. So it ended up being $100 like after all of these issues were discovered. Training upgrade, $50, full packs $50, bought both of those from him as well. Training upgrade was new, full packs were used obviously. Plugs at parts store, $24, plug wires, $26, just AC Delco ones off Amazon, very simple. Corvette intake with the actual air intake for $25 off Facebook Marketplace, which is a pretty good deal because they were all like $200-300 on eBay, so I got lucky finding that one. Well, Steve found it technically. So I went with the Sloppy Mechanics Stage 2 setup, as he calls it. So it's an Elgin cam, which is $228 in pack 12/18 springs. I don't remember the exact specs off the cam off the top of my head. I think it's like 585 the lift, and like 228, 230 duration, or 230, 232, somewhere in that range. But it's a very affordable can, and then the springs are super cheap. That's a solid setup because it's under $400, and you don't need to check piston to valve clearance. It's not so crazy that you need to do all this stuff or get like double springs or anything crazy like that. It's just a very simple cam upgrade that's affordable and makes good power. Bought a War throttle body for $140. It's just an eBay aluminum, like 90 mil throttle body, very good reviews. Pisces here, toll free now.
Holes in the seats. Broccoli, right?
No, it's like the tank doors.
Oh.
Like, this is such a solid car.
This thing's pretty cool and actually belongs to one of the friends of the channel, Brett. So let's go grab him and get some background on how the car got out here. All right, guys, we're here with Brett, friend of the channel. How you doing? Left me hanging. I've been getting left hanging all the time with these handshakes. I don't know what the heck's going on. Brett's gonna create a montage at some point of me just getting left with my hand out there. Anywho, Brett invited us out again to do one of his other vehicles. We actually have done 2 cars for Brett already. We did the Nash. I can't remember the brand.
You did the 49 Nash, the Super 600. You did the black Mercedes 220 65, and you also did the Indian.
Yeah, 3 cars.
And the neighbor's car.
This is our, we call this a honey hole. We find a lot of cars through Brett, including this 380 SEL. How long have you had this?
I've had it for about 10, 11 years now. It actually, believe it or not, the 220 Mercedes that you guys did came from the same place that the Corvair did.
Oh, okay.
Red Corvair. They were Mercedes enthusiasts, and they had, I think, close to 80 at one time. They had a whole bunch. So I got the black Mercedes and this one around the same time, about a year apart, from the same person.
The trees have really done a number here on your tree farm. They have littered the whole entire car. It looks like it's been sitting here for quite some time. How long has it been back here?
About 10, 11 years.
Did you ever try and get it started?
I tried once. I just didn't have time. It seemed to crank over, but just didn't want to do it.
All right, well.
But yeah, I'm just trying to get cleaned up around here, and if you guys get it going and it runs and everything, I don't know if you guys want to keep it or do a giveaway or...
Keep it, give it away. Oh, we just finished the giveaway. I don't know if we can give another car away just yet. We actually have one in the works, but that's hush hush for now. And in my opinion, it's a wee bit cooler than this, but I'm biased, so I don't want to take away from how cool this Mercedes is. But I mean, if you're offering free cars, a free car.
Yeah, or if it doesn't run, I actually all the other scrap I donate for the wrestling and the track team.
Oh,
so
cool.
If it doesn't, if you can't get it running, maybe we'll just.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to count it as a free car, but if we get it running, we'll try and sell it, and then we'll donate the money. And if not, we'll bring it back, and you can sell it and donate the money.
Well, that sounds great.
All right, I'm still counting it as a free car.
Thank you.
Well, we have a mission in getting this thing started, but the first mission is getting it back to the shop in the first place. So let's back the trailer up and load her up. Testing out my new front work boots. Well, they're not new anymore. I've actually been using them for the last couple of months, and I love them. So, Mike, why don't you try out your boots? We have to test them out.
No, I like my boots. I don't want to get them all dirty.
Come on, you got to see if they work. Let me tell you about front work boots. If you know me at all, you know that I use and abuse my tools, which is why I actually blew up 2 brand new trucks back to back. They couldn't hold up to my durability tests. But that's not the case for my front work boots. I've worn them for the last couple months and they've held up incredibly well. And my favorite part, they're waterproof, which means they're extremely pretty clean. I ordered the ring boots from Brunt, and they have a composite toe insert in the boot, which means I can tire kick to my heart's desire. So whether I'm working in a mud pit at Brett's house, or I'm picking up a car in the dead of winter, Brunt's boots have held tough, kept my feet dry, and my toes safe. Brunt also offers a free trial where you can wear the boots to work. If you don't like them, you can send them back for a full refund, and they cover shipping both ways in the United States. That means there's no risk to try out Brunt work boots. So guys, if you want to try out some of the best work boots on the market, click the link in the description below or go to bruntworkwear.com/WD detailing10 and use code WD Detailing 10 to get $10 off your first purchase. Thank you so much to Brunt for sponsoring this video. And now we have to load up the teams.
Alright, Mike, first of all, glad you kept your boots clean because they look good. But anyways, do you think we're going to be able to get some air in these tires?
I think so. Some kind of slow leak or something, but let's hope we get some air to stay in here. At least for a while we put in the trailer.
Well, this makes our life easy.
The underside of this thing looks pretty nice too.
And now we start loading the car up, I want to ask the question in the video, so leave your answers in the comments below. This is clearly a luxury car, so my question to you guys is, are you more of a luxury car person or a performance car person? Personally, we all at WD like sports cars, performance cars, but every now and again it is nice to get in something that is luxurious. So let us know what you prefer in the comments below.
Alright guys, now it's time to get on a call to find out who the third-party system randomly picks to win the C10 Apache.
My name's Brady Cooper, here with WD Auto, and I am the third party that's lucky enough to get to pick the winner of the truck. We have all of your data. We looked at all the multipliers, all the postcards, all the purchases, everything that you did to earn entries has been accounted for by us. We compiled it here, and we're here to pick the winner for the truck. So here you can see we got all the information listed, lots of people, lots of entries, everyone's accounted for. We got the personal information covered up, and we will jump in and randomly select a winner. Do you guys have anything to say, WD team?
Best of luck to all the contestants. Thank you guys so much. I feel like nervous for some reason, even though this should be something that's not nerve-wracking. But we want to be transparent. I guess take it away, Brady. Let's see who won.
Yes, all right, here it is.
The greatest apocalypse crisis in the world has arrived. Humanity must survive.
Nerve-wracking, but we want to be transparent. I guess take it away, Brady. Let's see who won.
Yes, all right, here it is. Richard, we have your number associated. You are the winner. We don't know who you are. We don't know your last name yet. We don't know anything about you. But after we stop screen sharing here, we don't want to give up anyone's data. We will find out which Richard this is.
Dude, that's RJ's name.
That's my name. Did I win? Alright guys, we're about to FaceTime the winner of the truck.
You want to pick up, bro? I promise.
Pick up for your pickup, Richard. Alright. Hey Richard, how's it going? It's RJ from WD.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing really well. How are you?
I'm doing great, thanks.
So, here actually, I'll be able to show you better by FaceTime. Is that alright?
Yeah, I can FaceTime real quick.
Alright.
Go ahead and hit me and I'll join.
Alright.
Okay.
Richard, how you doing? It's very nice to see your face.
Thank you. It's good to see you. I watch you on TV all the time.
Well, yeah, not only, I left you a message saying there was a problem with one of your orders. There's actually no problem at all. You are the winner of the C10 Apache. You won the truck.
My God. Are you serious?
Yes, sir. You're the winner, and you're in Ohio, so we're going to hand deliver the truck to you.
Oh my God. My wife is going to be so excited because she loves that truck.
Oh, that's awesome.
We watched the show twice.
Oh man, I gotta say, we were so excited to see the fact that you had not only made one purchase, but two purchases, and then a third purchase, but models from that time period from Mercedes, and the SEL designation actually means that it's the extended wheelbase. I believe it's the W126 chassis, and the SEL means that, you know, this back door is larger. I think it usually would cut around here, so you have all that extra room in the cabin, but this is a pretty special car.
Yeah, so for the United States market, I think that this was actually the big dog in the US for 1982. They did have the 500 series in Europe, but that didn't come to America yet. So this was one of the most expensive Mercedes that you could buy in the United States.
It was probably one of the most expensive luxury cars you could get in the United States. I believe in 1982, it was $45,000 brand new, which in today money is $145,000 brand new, which is kind of nuts. You can buy RX-6s,
M5. You can get an
M5 for that money. I think you can buy that M5 CS. Like some of the really crazy cars that we think of today, that was this back then. It's kind of cool, and well, also kind of sad to see it in the condition that it is now. It makes me wonder if we're going to start seeing eventually in the future, Audi R6s or M5s, CSs under trees like this, and then them only being worth $10,000.
Sadly, that is probably the reality. If you look at some of the older M5s, unless you kept really good care of it, they kept it really nice, that's when they're worth a lot of money. You can find them coming down now, especially when some of them have, some kind of engine issues. I know the V10 cars have crank issues and stuff like that. So it's very possible that in our future we'll see M5s just sitting on the side in a barn somewhere.
One other thing that Mike just mentioned is that, over time, these cars have some issues, and I was looking into some of the issues that this car might have, including the timing chain, as well as potentially some vacuum issues. So hopefully it's neither of those, and hopefully it just needs some fresh gas and a bit of TLC. But first, we have to start with the cleaning process, which I think our pre-wash is going to do a lot of work today. So we better get started. But first, I guess we'll start with the wheels.
All right, starting with the wheels on this Mercedes. It's always funny, a lot of these cars from the 80s have this bottle cap design. But as you can see, there's tons of brake dust on this wheel. And you're going to notice, as soon as I hit this wheel with this purple rain, all of that's going to turn purple and start melting away. And hopefully this wheel is going to look brand new.
We're going to begin the pressure washing process using our WD Auto Supply pre-wash, and that's going to loosen up all this mildew or moss that's on the exterior of the car and help us safely pressure wash it away. But you will notice some stuff does not get pressure washed away, and that's sap that we have to deal with afterwards.
Customers are getting safer tubs without insurance. Traditional bathtubs are a thing of the past and pose a significant...
One of the things I love about Mercedes is that they are innovative, and one way I can show you that is from how you open the hood. Obviously pop it from inside the car, and then there's two little handles in here to open it. So it's a dual lock system, and you would say, so what? But on so many older cars, it's always a single lock right in the center, which kind of lets the hood wobble a little bit. But this dual lock system is used today on many high-end cars, like high-end Audis, BMW, and Mercedes still use this system because it just holds the hood down better. And I think it's a lot smarter than what a lot of other companies are using. Now, under the hood of this car is a 3.8 liter V8. Not a huge displacement V8, kind of small, but even smaller is the number of horsepower this thing produces. It only made about 155 horsepower. For such a massive and long limo-style car, that is not much. I read that this thing could do 0 to 60 when it was new, a little bit over 11 seconds. So this thing wasn't exactly lightning fast, but again, that's not what this car was for. This car was a luxury car to slowly cruise around in. So it does fit the bill. But looking at this engine, we see that it is pretty complete. There's nothing really missing, and there's nothing that looks chewed up from rodents. So that's a really good sign for us. and hopefully we can get some power to this bad boy and maybe get it started. But with all that being said, we're going to start off our engine bay cleaning like we always do with our citrus degreaser.
Just like I mentioned before, here's all that nasty sap that was left over on the paint after pressure washing it. So first we're going to fill the foam cannon with cherry suds and give the car a good wash.
The whole 7-year Strike Force anniversary thing got me thinking, I need to get out there and do real hero things before I get too old to make a difference.
Well, hey, hold on, buddy. You are not.
Now to remove all this sap, this is going to take us in real life 2 hours to do, but for you guys it's going to take less than a minute. So first we're going to use plastic razors that's not going to scratch the paint, and we're going to get the topmost layer of all the sap off. And then I'm going to take a microfiber towel with some sap remover on the end of it, soak each and every dot in it, and start rubbing it away. This is a very extreme case of this, you don't see it very often, but for you guys we'll do anything, so getting every single one was worth it. And then after that we used our air kryptonite with the clay mitt to get all the rest of the microcontaminants out of the paint so it could be polished later on.
Moving on to the interior of this 380 SEL, I have to say, this is one of the most comfortable cars I've ever sat in. It seems that this car was extended to be sort of like an executive car, but I also feel like this is a car that you'd actually want to drive around. So it's not like a Rolls Royce or something like that where you'd be driven around. And I feel like if you were a businessman of the day, this would be a great car for you to have. The seats are incredibly comfortable. The materials that they use in here, like the carpet, is just in wonderful, wonderful shape. It's just a testament to Mercedes' build quality over the years. But I do have a sneaking suspicion that this car was in Florida for a while. If you know anything about Florida, obviously it's hot, a lot of sunshine, and it beats up obviously the paint of the cars, but also the interiors. This driver's seat has seen better days, I would say. Besides that, I'm very surprised the dashboard has no cracks. It's gonna come out actually really, really nice. If you see all this texture on the instrument cluster, I'm not sure if there was some kind of moisture that got in here, or if this used to be some kind of design that like failed, but let me know if you know in the comments what's going on here, because I have not a clue. But with all that being said, I gotta get these seats out of this car and get started on the carpet.
now, you will be able to enjoy cherries by June. This self-pollinating variety doesn't require a separate pollinator tree. The fruit is large, sweet, with thin skin and thick flesh, making it truly delicious. Who said cherries can only be grown abroad? This self-pollinating cherry variety can easily be grown in pots or small yards. However, don't...
Then I realized that the back seats actually allow you to recline. So the seats move forward. And then I started looking on the door card, and there's the window button, there's the seat button. So if you were a big Penta executive, you could sit back here with your extended wheelbase and hit the seat. Where'd you put it? Now it's time to polish the 380, and I'm already super impressed with how the paint turned out, being that it had so much organic growth all over the paint. right, now we're gonna try and get the Mercedes started. But before we even start that, there's a couple things in this engine bay that I didn't realize because I wasn't here when they were cleaning the engine bay. And first off, I love the color of this dipstick. It's very cute. And then I didn't realize that Bear made radiators. I thought Bear was just a pink color.
I don't know. I thought the same thing, but I do not know if that's the same Bear. It does look like the same logo, though.
I mean, either that or there's some copyright issues that Bear has to address.
What's up, young youth? Shit, man. I'm feeling good, man. How about you? Nah, man. I just been driving for the last 6 hours. Nice. What'd you do? Bless you. Like, yeah. Every day. Yeah, you know, I don't even got the spot to come back to. It's always. Honestly, it took a long time to get used to it. There was a part of me, there was a minute that like I felt like my inside was breaking down. Like I was like, oh shit, I gotta do something. Like I can't take this shit no more. But then, you know, you force yourself to do something, it just becomes familiar. And then after that, it is what it is. Now this is my new normal now. I'll probably get to an apartment and be like, I can't sit in this place. It's crazy. Yeah. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. Yeah, you was. That's how you know she had them thighs. Let's keep it real. Like, yeah, we can sit still for a minute. Yeah, pray for me. Send me that blessing real quick. Meet the right one. And throw that in there real quick, like meet the right one. No, I know. Yeah, work. He didn't have to do nothing. He just because he don't know where it's gonna go. It's just there, just to have fun at the moment, you know, just a little flirtatious. You sound like you're on the right track. Yeah. I get it. That's how it felt. Remember back in the day I went and sold magazines across country? listen, it was like that on a daily basis. They opening the door with panties and robe. That's it. Like, hey, come on in. Yeah, with the bosoms out, leaning in on you when they talking to you. Like it was a problem. I was like, golly. Is it hot out here? Stupid. Yeah, let's not beat around the bush. Yeah, we get you. You understand? Yeah. Yep, that's what you know what's up. Sound like you had a fun day. I understand. I already showed up sturdy. Right there. Yeah, I'll be in Houston in a couple hours, an hour and a half, something like that. If there's traffic I can pick up, I can come off of this. I'm like a mile away from the exit. That's saying you're doing great, man. Just relax, stay the course. You know, the road is narrow, they say, and now we understand how narrow it is. No. Yep. You gotta leave it where it's at. Yeah. My bad, bro. Headphones died. Yeah. That's not far from your house. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, don't try to make me feel guilty now. You knew what the hell you had to do months ago, probably. That's how doctor's appointments go. They give you the heads up for a while. Like, good. You got it. Yeah, that's what it is. I'm glad you're figuring it out. Yep, glad you're figuring it all out. And now you have it your way and don't like your way. Yeah. And now when you think you're gonna need them, they ain't there for you. And that's not my fault. It's funny, man. It happens every single time. Every single time. Like, yo, you could have did what you should have been doing in the first place and still had it your way. But now you have it your way, and you don't like it. Off the strength. You're living rent-free in her head. Yeah, but don't let nobody in the mix to mess it up. Because you know that's what's gonna happen. Everybody wants a piece of what you got. And when you don't got none, they don't want nothing to do with you. You turned my son against me, and then you're going to ask me to try to fix it. Yeah. He don't even know what up from down is. He's not the same kid at all. gonna have to take the day off, deal with what you gotta deal with, figure it out. You'll figure it out. I'm sorry you're going through whatever you're going through. Well, I'm not sorry. You're going through whatever you're going through. And, you know, you should have planned better. What you want me to tell you? Yep. Oh no, you can't do that because those are my kids. Not, you know what I'm saying? Like, and all of a sudden now when you need something, they're your kids too. Get the fuck out of here. That's all right. Oh yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. Oh, so much for a turn signal, dickhead. But yeah, how's the job search going for the new joint? When is the day that the other one's closing down? How's the job search for the new job, or when's the date that the other place is closing? Oh, that's what's up. Yep. That's it. That's the situation you're in right now. The whole bachelor. That's right. I'm in my way. Build a dream, baby. If you build it, they will come. 40. It's been almost 40 years for you. So what are you gonna do? You can't come and try to take his proper front. It's okay, and that's all right. Because we all grown now. We gotta do what we gotta do for us. We gotta do for we. You understand me? Stay on the game plan, and everything's gonna come together. Matter of fact, it already came together the moment you decided to stick with it. Now you just gotta watch it grow. You already planted the seed. Now you just gotta watch it grow. Make sure you take care of the plant. That's all. That's it. Because you're gonna watch it grow. And then you're gonna take care of it, till the soil if it needs tilling, water if it needs watering, sit back, and then pick the fruit when that shit harvests. And that's it. And you can share a piece of fruit here and there with who you feel like. But make sure you put a fence up around your shit. So the birds don't eat it. And the bugs don't eat it. And people don't steal it. That's it. That's all it is. That's all it is. Now let's grow something. Let's get to growing. Didn't even know you was a whole farmer. I ain't gonna lie, I do want a spot because I want to plant fruit trees. I've been seeing these cherry trees that they got on the app. Sit there in the spring, beginning of the summer, eating fat, juicy cherries, put them on ice cream and all that shit. All that. Strawberries in the backyard, grapes growing up the side of the house. Apple tree makes so many apples. And they just fall on the floor. About what he's worried about. Always waiting until the last minute over here. Get some dumbasses over. Go home, I gotta get Hilkiah this HEPA filter air cleaner for his room because his eyes were shut again this morning, and I know it's springtime, so I gotta make sure he has that shit this year. Set him up at Dr. summer. Real good summer. Alright, bro, I'm gonna go listen back to what I was listening to, man. I'll holler at you later. Yeah, I'll be there in about an hour or so. Alright, I'll holler at you when I'm done. Alright.
Be open-minded to understand what I'm about to say. My boyfriend just had a baby. I just had a baby. We both just had babies. But we're no longer in a relationship with people that we have children with, right? So he's spending time with his kid. I'm spending time with my kid. We got the kids together. The mom of his baby was at work. His baby ran out of the milk. She didn't milk. Mama couldn't get the milk to her like that, right? I put my tip out, I fed the baby, I breastfed the baby. Huh? Y'all, why you so mad? Because I fed her baby. How is you, Clark?
Yeah, no, you know, it's probably good that you fed the baby. You did the right thing in your mom, but I can see why she would want to be mad. You didn't even ask permission to feed your own, you know, your stuff to her child. Totally get it. Hey, but you thought what you was doing was the right thing. You just never know. Now she want to put hands on you. Lady, if you ran out of milk, someone looked after your child with the best intentions. Why? Why are you mad at this baby? Jealous? You jealous that she got more milk than you? That literally sounds like something I grew up hearing. You mad because she got more milk than you? Bro, it's perfectly fine. Human milk is okay for consumption for other humans. It's human to human. It's fine. Alright. It's probably better for you to drink human milk than it is cow milk. It's proven. So at the end of the day, I think you're just mad for no apparent reason. Somebody was trying to do good by your child and you just got mad. What? No sense at all.
Never go to jail.
Women. Bro, stop the gab, bro. You wouldn't even have your phone like that. Then you would just literally playing the victim card with the fake tears. Like, why are you crying? Why you gonna hit the selfie mode like that? You wouldn't be doing that if you was legit in jail. Stop it. You just visited.
You gotta know the difference between a you supposed to have fun with and a you supposed to let into your life, like for real, around your kids, or if you don't have kids, around your family, or you know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta know the difference, because when you start making plans with a that's only supposed to be in your life for a season, you're gonna get hurt every time. And it's the same with women. Like, y'all be knowing when we just want to kick it and have fun. We gotta be smarter, because when you set expectations for people in a situation that you know is temporary, you get your heart broken now.
Guys, if y'all never started dating someone, you just tell them straight up in the beginning, what are you looking for, what type of person you are, and what are you doing, and chances are they're either gonna leave you, or you actually might find the right one that's really gonna rock with you. Look, be transparent, be open in the front. Nothing can go wrong with that.
Women and men, I need y'all's opinion on this, because I'm very bothered, okay? So from the very first day I met my man, he was using the same man to pressure wash his house and his 18-wheelers. And eventually that man started pressure washing my house and my cars. And you've had multiple conversations with this said man. And it was never a problem. They were all in front of your man. But then you run into this man at Home Depot. He sees me. I see him. He doesn't speak to me. He actually avoids me. But then a few days later, he calls your man to check in with your man to say, hey, when you gonna come get your house pressure washed and your car's pressure washed? And you and your man are on three-way and y'all are talking. He speaks to you like normal. You then see him again and he's with his old lady and he avoids you. You make him speak to you, you're like, hey. And then I say to him, I seen you the other day at Home Depot. My man will be home this week and he wants to get the house pressure washed, the houses pressure washed, and the cars, all of them pressure washed. And he's very short and stiff with you and says, come and take it with me. Now my first mind is thinking, okay, well maybe, you know, his woman is crazy, he can't speak to me, but any other time you're talking to me, like we've had multiple conversations. But then I remember like the other day he did avoid me. Like, so now I'm thinking like, what? Just thinking that you're respecting my man by not speaking to me, but then in return you're making me feel some type of way because any other time you speak to me, it's as simple as, hey, bye. We don't have to hold no conversation, but just not speaking to me really bothers me, because me and my man spend thousands of dollars with you. Like,
so your man spends thousands of
like, I'm not
dollars
gonna try
with
to talk
him.
to you. I don't want to hold a conversation with you, but I just feel like the polite thing to do is to speak. Because now I'm like, we're spending all this money with you and you can't even speak to me? Like, I want to take my business elsewhere.
Look, man, at the end of the day, he's not talking to you. He's not. Because, you know, some of us live by a code. And that's one of those old codes. Look, I ain't going to talk to you when your man's not around. That's an old code. Some people still buy that. Yeah, you spend money with him. Yeah, you know, it is what it is. He's going to be cordial. But he's going to make sure that your man is present. Because we don't want any, she said this, and she said that, or he did this, he did that when your man wasn't around. You're not about to cost this man thousands of dollars. All right? If there's really nothing to be mad about, why you be mad? Because he's just trying to ignore you. He spoke with you. Tell your man to talk to me. That's normal, basic, old code stuff, man. You probably just don't get it. But yeah, you know, the type of person you want to talk, you spend money. When you're a customer, you want to say what's up, like, thank you, hey, how you doing, bad. At the end of the day, some men will only talk to you if another man is not. They don't want any foolishness. Like I said, you ain't trying to lose out on thousands of dollars.
Oh, you think I can meet you?
Brandon,
Yeah, that's gonna scare me or something?
You serious?
I didn't have to know you. You gonna hurt my feelings. Good girl. I mean,
What you call me?
nothing.
That was easy.
Gavin, I don't know how you still doing it, man, but this one just had the gut. I don't know if she was just pregnant or just she just had the gut hanging out at this point. My boy said, I'm about to just try this. The gut out at all times, man. Man, look, do your thing, Gavin, bro. This one's funny.
I know. It's okay, sir. I'm married. Yes. I am married. I wouldn't show my ring to people. It's too big to carry outside.
Baby, my watch probably costs more than your ring.
Probably so.
Well, most definitely it's a Rolex.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, I'm left to pick you up today.
It's okay,
Can
sir.
I meet your sister? Mine.
It's okay, sir. My sister is 6.
What?
She's 6. She's 6 years old. Exactly. Thank you.
We don't do that.
It's okay, sir. I'm literally about to drive off. It's okay. I don't want to be rude, but I'm fine. Okay. Thank you. I know my man told me every day. My father told me my whole life. I look in the mirror every day. I know. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You know what? I like how you doing that though, because you're not being rude.
Yeah, I would never.
Like stuck up or
Yeah.
none of that. So I can tell that you was responsible.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. Have a good day. Thank you. I know. It's okay. You have a wonderful day. I'm about to leave. Okay.
Some men just like to chase. Some men like to see if they can break down the barriers, bro. And if you was to give that number to him, he knew he had nothing to lose because you had everything to lose. What's wrong with that? He's trying to get him in a win-win situation. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. But you held your husband down. I commend you for it. There you go. Yeah, but they're going to have some dudes that's just adamant about getting that number. They're going to try. Like, look, you tell them no. To them, it's a sport. It's a sport at this point. And they're going to try to do everything they can, say every nice little one-liner that they got to get at you. But you got to stay true to your man. So good for you.
How you doing?
I'm all right.
Why did you pop?
I love DraftKings. I'm down there all the time, having a good time.
Yeah.
So she don't like gambles. I respect that, but I be hitting. I be turning ass out the front. So I respect that you don't respect gamblers. So
Yeah, I had a real bad experience with that with my ex. Real bad experience with that. So I will not go near a casino.
but listen, you just gotta go down there and try. You might hit.
I don't know. You never know.
Listen, holla, we get you a parlay together. We get you real good paid off $3. I'm cheap, baby. Don't let it fool you now.
All right, so we can go eat too.
Nah,
We can't go eat.
nah, I ain't feeding.
I might want to feed you.
Nah, but you know what? I don't take candy from strangers. That's what I was told. You cool, though.
Yeah, you alright.
I might appreciate it.
All right.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
So is he your type aside from the deal breaker in your sword?
I mean, he seems like he's a fun guy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he does seem like he would be fun to hang out with. I know, that's right, Bo.
Okay, I like that.
Bro, ain't nothing better than food to get people to come together, man. Just think about it, man. People eat when people at funerals, people eat on birthdays, people eat at weddings, people eat at just a good old time. Food brings people together, even these strangers. Both, you gotta eat. You gotta eat.
People always ask me how do I wipe, so I actually wanted to talk to you about that. I'm opening a job position called the butler.
Listen,
this
wanna have it for
everywhere I go, I'm gonna pay $10K a month, and you just need to know that it's a lot of work. Clean the house, cook for me.
I think I got the qualifications.
He will help me reach places I cannot reach by myself. So if you want to apply, let me know in the comments.
Bro, I'm really hoping that was an AI voiceover. It really was, dog. Because Gracie probably trolling just now. Just imagine you having to hire someone to reach places you can't reach. like your bottom, bro. Like, isn't that, man? Look, at this point, you gonna have to get put on top of a truck.
Yo, what happened? No, I told you I'll call you later. You said alright, remember? It was like a half hour ago almost. You alright? Alright, I'll call you later. Think about to get that shit. Do it, yeah.
Ran through a car wash, bro. Ain't nobody gonna wipe that thing for you. You know how hard that is? How many wipes you gotta go through, bro? Like, come on, dog. Like, you really getting a hose to that thing. You're gonna be outside all day long.
So yeah, I'm walking Walmart. And I walk past these kids. And they just start like laughing, like something was funny. So the grandmother was just like, I'm listening to her. She like, what's so funny? What y'all laughing at? I know y'all ain't making fun of nobody. That's how people get hurt. Because I sure wanted to turn around and ask them, what's funny? Because kids always laugh when I walk past. Like, what's funny to y'all? What the? I don't understand the people in the world. Like, what be funny? God, oh God, Jesus Christ. But I, not in no bad way. Wanted to ask them, but I just wanted to ask them, like, you know, what made you laugh? Like, what about my butt made you laugh? Like, what was funny about my butt? Excuse me. No, I'm talking. Come here. Yeah. Yeah, I just want to ask you something. I'm not mad. Come on, where your grandma? I don't want to get you in trouble. So, question. I just want to ask y'all, because I know a lot of kids, you know, they laugh at my butt, but I'm not a kid, so I don't know what would make them laugh. Can you tell me what made you laugh? I just want to know from a kid's because I'm not a kid, so I just don't, but a lot of kids do that. I don't know what would be funny about it.
Oh, it was just like, it's like big film size.
Oh, okay, so that makes sense. That makes sense. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Take care of yourself, okay? Thank you, baby. Thank you. That helped me out a lot.
Oh my goodness, bro. Just imagine having to go to confront a kid about it. I think the way you went about it was actually as the most adult thing that you can possibly do without like really coming off as like, you know, kind of weird. This is a weird situation to be addressing kids about, right? But kids are just gonna make fun of you. To them, it looks silly. It looks silly. They don't know. They don't know the proportion. They might have a different angle. They got innocent eyes, bro. Not like a man might look at it and say, hey, that's the right size for your body. But them kids are like, hey, that thing way too big for the rest of your body. You look weird, though. You alright? You built like an alien right now. Or they're actually being brutally honest. Kids are just like that. They're brutally honest, right? Why would they have to lie to you? They're laughing because they see something funny. Ma'am, your butt might look nice to you, but to a lot of kids, like you said, a lot of kids laugh. You might have a funny shape.
Want the fastest working GLP-1? For half the price, Roe now offers FDA-approved weight loss injections cheaper. With results you can see faster. Lose 15% of your weight with the formula from Eli Lilly that hits not one, but 2 hormones to curb hunger and nausea. Weight loss faster.
Yeah, I got a show for y'all. Got a damn good show. Kanye coming out with the bangers. Yeah,
literally.
Oh my God. Kanye is a marketing machine.
Man.
Dude had the hoods for the Klan the other week. Now you talking about giving some head?
Yo.
I really want to be Kanye. This dude is probably cool as hell.
Man.
How you go from you giving your cousin some head to wearing, you know, Klan out there?
Yeah.
And he's walking around with the German logo.
Nah, what happened is he was like, that Klan didn't really work. What else can I do? Man, this will really set him on fire. Right?
Oh.
He like sex sells. Sex sells. I'm gonna talk about. Nah, let me. I don't want to spoil it till they see the video.
Did y'all listen to the song yet?
Oh my God.
Let me be auto-tune the hell out of that. Kanye West says he gave his cousin head when he was 14. Acted out what we saw. So he's pretty saying, I guess they saw some.
He was basically, I'll paraphrase the article. He was like, well, we can get to. It says it in the verse, but he said him and his cousin used.
Right.
And then they used to try to act.
What kind of corn?
Yeah, oh, my bad. I said the word. Yeah, so they used to watch those, and then they used to reenact what they saw.
Oh my God. But you know what? The first time I saw some of that, me and Kel's like, man, as soon as I leave, I'm gonna go outside. I'm gonna catch a woman. Just walk. It was like 13,
caveman shit.
11 and 12. It was like 11 and 12. Dude, I was like,
He was ready to go like this. Bam!
Go back to the caveman day. Pick up a club and just club them. Drag them to the cave.
That stuff is not made
for little kids.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, your pheromones. I bet you what Kanye's talking about, that happens to more than people think. Yeah, what do you think?
I think you're right. Like, I think it happens, and he's just, and I think some people did some similar things to what he's doing, but they're never admitted.
They never said. Like, you remember that dude, that white boy? I ain't gonna give his full name. But when he was watching Corn and with that little white girl and him, and he pulled out and just started stroking, right in front of me. He just started skeeting.
And there was a girl there too?
There was a girl there. Yeah, and the girl was, I'm like, well, I don't want to incriminate myself, but she was there. Me and you was like, what, 10 or 11? Yeah. Right, he just pulled it out, and he's like, watch this.
Wow.
No, well, we from the country, that's a redneck. Hey, I had some black redneck friends. My mama threw his kid out of the house because he was in the kitchen, stroking.
In the kitchen?
It was funny. Yeah, he thought it was funny. And I was on Facebook the other day. He just got out of prison. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he just started stroking in front of us. He thought it was the funniest thing ever.
Yo, so when you say y'all was all watching, you and your friends, and he started doing it, which y'all was like, oh man, you crazy, man.
No, I was just like,
what is happening?
Yeah, like, if I had a friendly, man, you gonna say
you just said his name.
I ain't gonna give a floor that.
I'm gonna beef his name.
I remember we outside, right? He said, hey Kevin. I said, what? I said, man, what you doing, man? He had pulled it out.
He already had it out.
He just had it out. He was fully, I was like, dude, what's wrong with you?
Nice to meet you. Hey, you look amazing. Where are you from?
From Louisiana.
Oh, okay, from Ohio. Just moved out here.
Okay, Ohio.
Yeah.
Black people in Ohio?
Yeah, from Ohio, Cincinnati. How long you been out here in Houston, though?
8 years.
Okay, you like it out here?
I do. Minus the sun.
Yeah, it is hot out here. It's different than where I'm from. I don't know how Louisiana is, so. Yeah, okay. Okay, now you look amazing, though. You smart?
I do. I've never seen you.
Yeah, I just moved out here. Yeah.
What are you doing out here?
Just working,
What kind of work?
I do trading. Yeah, I just trade, they trade.
They do a trading?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I see you around dazzle.
Yeah, it's a chill day for me though. Walk around there with some new friends.
Nice on a chill day.
Yeah, I appreciate you looking amazing as well. Look good, it's all black. Okay, done. Okay, the matching. I see you. I'm not just like what I see though. Maybe you can show me around. Yeah. What's some good vibes out here?
I like to eat.
Me too. Yeah, what's a good food spot? I mean, I like seafood. So I like Italian food as well too though.
Okay. I know I'm from Louisiana, but
okay, man, that's the first. I know y'all like crawfish out there.
Right, not me.
Yeah, not you.
Yeah, I'm so glad because they be doing some things.
So what you like then?
To eat?
Yeah.
Breakfast food all day.
Breakfast food. Okay, like which place? Yeah. What type of food you like?
It's variety.
Variety. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, it's alright. Let me get your number.
Definitely help. My fan died on me. I need some air.
Oh, damn. Oh, what you the battery ran out or something?
Yeah.
Let me get your number.
I just need to know though. You know, I'm a little older than you.
Nah, you look amazing though. You don't look old at all.
Yeah, you know, your teeth and everything.
Okay, what that supposed to be? You got yours too.
But I'm gonna be losing mine too.
Nah, you funny. Nah, you good. Nah, you look amazing. You look real healthy. Maybe. To be honest, okay, gotcha. I mean, you want to talk inside the car? Talk inside the car. I know it's hot out here. Right here. Yeah, I appreciate it. Let's talk inside the car. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, something like that. One of my toys. You know? Yeah, one of my toys.
I don't know to open this clown.
You don't got to. Especially when we get you in here for sure. It's a big body. You got it?
Body for a big girl.
Nah, I'm just saying, you got room. So what's up though? How your day going?
I was going to meet my little niece at the end of the street.
Yeah, okay. What's up gonna get into?
Today?
Yeah.
Well, after I take me a nap. You notice I can tell you I'm older.
You don't look old though.
I know. I know you probably would say 18, but you better
It ain't.
It is. That's very important.
Not to me.
Okay, can your mama fight? I don't want your mama whooping me.
Nah, you good. You're a grown man. You know what I'm saying? As long as you grow, then you good. What you do for work?
I'm a comedian, actually.
Oh, okay.
I don't like to tell people that because everything I say, they think I'm joking.
Yeah, you do got a lot of jokes I can tell. I like that though. You know, show your personality. I like that. You know. Okay, so how long you been doing that?
6 years.
Seriously? Okay, so you enjoy it?
I do. I get a chance to just that's who I am. And they pay me for it.
Yeah.
I should have been doing that.
Yeah, that's what I should have been doing that, huh? Nah, that's what's up. Okay. So you got a husband? Nah, I be cruising. I love my life, so I don't really be down too fast.
Well, it's not a cruise.
Yeah, but I know how to cruise in it though. I mean, to you it might be a little fast, but me, I think it's cruising.
It's a date night.
Date night. Okay. Man, I'm probably my other toy. Date night. Agree. Yeah. I'm glad that you guys did something.
That's my favorite.
Yeah. Okay, now to go.
Okay.
So where we going to be?
You know what? Forget the now. We can go now.
Oh, you want to go now? Now I gotta go home and change the car then. You know?
How far is it?
I'm just right here.
Well, obviously, you park right here, huh?
Yeah. It's right. It's up here like this. It's real cool.
Well, it's real cool. A couple of Karens every now and then.
Yeah. Okay.
But this kind of car, I don't think they're going to question it.
Yeah, they shouldn't, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what bring you down to Houston though?
Just trying to figure out what I'm supposed to be doing with it.
My friends were shocked when they saw me after 30 days on this pink salt recipe. They all begged me for the ingredients. I started using...
I'm supposed to be doing with my life. I don't know, maybe I'm supposed to have met you.
Maybe. You know, yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's on my head, yeah.
Lock it up for you, people. I need to lock it up.
I mean, you know how to do dress?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I had someone.
I really don't, but I just...
Would you learn how to? You know?
Like Mario, come on and sit between my legs like a braid. Yeah, twist it up a little bit.
You funny. I like that though. You single?
I'm single.
How long you been single?
Too long.
What is too long for you?
Too long to where I'm nervous. If you start putting my legs up too high, like young man, put my legs down, young man.
You ever did like a Hawaiian? I might know why I'm Hawaiian. You know.
Hawaiian?
Hawaiian.
What's Hawaiian?
Never heard of that?
No.
That young.
Oh, I thought you said Hawaiian.
No, I said Hawaiian.
I thought you said Hawaiian.
Foreign? So Hawaiian means young girl.
So I'll be the first. Are you with that? Yeah, it is. You will love it here though. For sure.
For some reason, you're giving me anxiety.
I know you'll love it here for sure.
When's your birthday?
May 20th.
Oh, it's coming up.
Yeah, towards.
Lord of Taurus.
Well, hold on. Oh, why you say that?
You know what? This is probably why you're in this.
You see that bull behind
Yeah,
me?
that's exactly what it is.
What's yours?
Obviously.
Oh, you a Leo?
I'm a Leo.
I'll run y'all.
Me and my grandma got the same birthday, August 2nd. Yeah,
I probably
she will
can't cook. Probably can't cook like her. She probably a crock pot and I'm an air fryer.
Oh, you know, my life food good. All the food good, I'm eating. You know?
I like you.
Yeah, I like you too. We can definitely get some meat though.
Okay.
But you all recommend.
It's time for something like, I don't want to get the ice.
Oh yeah, that I'm about to eat. Okay. So what's a good food spot around here? I heard a spot called Joy's.
Oh, I like Joey.
Yeah. With that.
Now,
Or you want something else?
are you picky on first date? Like, cause I be sucking my fingers and stuff like that.
Nah, be yourself. You know what I'm saying? I'm geek too.
You got nice nails and all that now.
It's all good though. It's geek. So much be yourself. Say what you want, Joyce?
Let's go. If we need to call make reservations right now,
Be good.
I just got a feeling you stupid. Like my whole crew is still off.
Should I?
Wait.
Like, cool. Nah, like I said, it ain't that bad. I could put it in. Of course, I'm old. Okay, snap body. Yeah, she had a pretty face. Alright, let's say some of this. How you doing, gorgeous? What's your name? You good? I mean, you do look good. What's your name, though? You sure you good? You can't, like, look at me and talk to me real quick. My name's not here. I mean, I'm new out here. I'm trying to be a friend. I'm new out here. I'm trying to be some new friends. That's all. I feel like you'll be a good friend to have. Nothing to talk about. Why you acting like that? How your day going? You sure you good? What's your name, though? What, you got a man or something? Alright, then. It's cool. Have a nice day, then, alright? Checking out ugly. It's cool. Look at that, man. Paper ain't no tight. Let's see if this car is tight, though. Oh, she's running now. Yo, that's crazy. Let me see right here. So she wanted to fake in, said she was good. What's up? I like my car too. What's up, though? Doing what? What? You left? What's up? Like, doing what? I like my car too. Get in for what? You said you was good, right? So stand on what you said. What you mean everybody said? Say what? Oh, so everybody said they good. You was playing now. Nah, I'm good on that. Nah, obviously you wasn't interested, right? On the sidewalk, right? Talk about it in the company. We can talk about it right here. So like, what's up though? What you want though? Cause I got somewhere to be right now. You like buying into my time. What you want? I got nowhere to be. I'm good. Have a nice day, man. You said please? Now you begging now? That's what we doing? You just said please though. Finish what? What conversation we having though? Like what for real? Like what conversation we having? Like I don't like play games. I feel like you talk about what though? You just told me on the sidewalk that there's nothing else to talk about, right? Nothing else to, right? You changed your mind. Well, I changed my mind too. I'm not into you anymore now. You feel me? What you want now? Cause you said what you said. First impression is everything. You weren't feeling me up there, right? But now I get inside my car, now you're feeling me now. Talk about what though? You keep saying we could talk. We talking right now, right?
My legs hurt though. Like,
that don't got nothing to do with me. That don't got nothing to do with me. Go legs hurt. Go sit down there. Yeah, it's like that. I'm just matching energy right now.
I won't be there.
What's
The greatest apocalypse crisis in the world has arrived. Humanity must survive.
I'm just matching energy right now.
I won't be there.
What's me being that rule? Nah, you missed your blessing. That was you playing these type of games. What's me one try? I don't believe in second chances. Unless it's worth it. It's worth it, huh? What's your name? Okay. Where you from? So now I can get your name now. That's funny though, right? I couldn't get your name at first, but now I can get it now. You don't find that kind of funny? That's crazy. No, you shy, huh? So, but you talk to me right now, though. You don't seem shy to me now. So my car make you not shy no more. Snatch you? Come on, do it like I'm about to snatch you. Snatch you for what? You're right about that though, but now, okay, you can say you never know, right? So I get into my car, you still never know, right? We're taking a risk right now, right? So you're not about to use that as an excuse, the reason why you were trying to turn me down. You're not doing it. So why should you take a chance though? Like for real. Vibe and do what? Just vibe. Okay. So where you was walking to? Yeah. Oh, okay. You stay right here?
Yeah, not too long.
Oh, okay. I'm about to hop out real quick. And how whole energy change. It's crazy. Your name K, right? What's your real name? I mean, you want to talk to me, right? My name not here. I appreciate it, but what's your real name, though? Keon. I like that. Keon. Okay. You're from Houston, right? You got a man? No man. How come? Oh yeah, why not?
Wasting my time.
Wasting your time. Yeah. So how they be wasting your time then? Cheap talk. Cheap talk. What do you mean by that? Talking about that. So, okay, when you say come quick, like what do you mean by that? My word is quick, so I gotta come quick. So
everybody.
Oh yeah. Oh okay. So how you want a man to come then? Oh, you still gonna gotta take you on a date? Oh, okay, but do you deserve that though? Like, is you worth that though? You are. Oh, okay. So where you want to go on the first date then? If I take you. Oh, okay, bro. So what if I take you somewhere and you don't like food? Then what? Yeah. So it's like that with you then. You don't care about the food. Then it's like, okay, at least you try to take me out. Like, oh, okay. How long you been single? 6 months. How come? But like, why so long? Huh? It's not a long time. Yeah. 6 months. Oh, okay. So, how long y'all together? 2 months? 10. Hold on. How long y'all was together?
10 months.
10 months. Oh, okay. I thought you said 10 years. I'm about to say what? That's all I'm saying. I'm like 10 years. That sounds crazy. I'm about to say been together for 10 years. How old are you? So when everybody say, yo, you don't look like you like, I'm about to say 10 sound crazy. Okay, it's almost a year. You can't? So like you want to get married? Yeah. But you say you can't put like that's too long. You're right. 10 years. You marry someone, you gotta be together. That's like a life thing. It's a lifetime commitment right there. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, so like what's your type though?
You gotta have money.
Yeah, money.
You gotta have
money. Okay. I'm just asking. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So you believe in like 50-50 with your man? Yeah. Why not? Okay, what you like 70-30 with your man or something? Like you believe you still like want to like chip in, right?
like
80? Oh, okay, 80. But you do 20 though, right? You still chip in like on side bill, like the cable and water bill, electric, yeah, right?
Yeah.
Oh. Try to do more. Okay. You cook for your man? Yeah. Like what? Anything? Okay, I like that. You clean?
Taking me out.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So let's say we stop that. Yeah, if we stop taking you out, and, but it's all about money, like to you or something. But that's what it's saying though. Like taking out that deal with money, right? You gotta spend money. Take you out, doing our thing. That's that costs, right? So if he stopped doing that, so what if say, I want to stop doing that, I'd rather just save, you know, invest our money to think that's gonna make sense. Would you be down for that? You won't? Why not? He preparing the future for y'all, like he really like, you know what I'm saying? So why not? That make more sense. So you got to spend on it? Okay. Like spend like what? Like shopping? Something like that? You like to travel a lot? You got a passport? Okay. So where you been? Okay. How was Belize?
This smartwatch can measure blood sugar levels more accurately than medical testing equipment, and it does so without the...
Okay. How was Belize? Cool. That's what's up. Let's talk inside real quick though. Hop inside. Wow, good. Cool. Wasting my time. Open the door. Open the door. You hear me?
How you open it?
Hold on, back up real quick.
Huh?
Back up a little bit. Then pull it out. Try to pull it like that. I think you like next to the sensor. Hold on, back up a little bit. Then pull the door. Like don't get next to the sensor. It's not gonna open. There you go. Pull it from right there. Pull it. Hold on, back up a little bit. I'm good. Have a nice day. Cool, man. This is my time. I can believe she just said that, y'all.
She probably didn't take her shopping instead. But these like airhead, that don't make no sense. Like it's crazy, man. It's a lot of people that's like that too. A lot of people out here that's like that, y'all. If you're like this video right now, subscribe, come turn that bell, follow me on Facebook, Snapchat, Patreon. See you in the next video when I'm out. Peace.
Yo, look, this is gold. Let me tell that holler at her, y'all. How you doing? My bad interrupting like this. You know where the nearest Walgreens are? My phone had died. I don't see you can check the APS.
Your phone died, baby. And you don't have no charger. I don't know how you...
I just moved out here. I just came from Ohio.
Do you have plays? Do you have anything?
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to turn my phone to call my aunt. And I know I'm outside.
Yo, Amy, she should have raised you better than what
My Amy should raise me. Hold on. This don't got nothing. Why you being so rude? I'm just asking you GPS the nearest Walgreens.
I don't know.
It's a yes or no question. You can't do it. It's
No,
simple.
you need to go walk up the street and go find Walgreens by yourself, baby, because it's not over here.
Why you being so rude about it, though?
I'm not being rude.
You would have been rude. I asked you, can you just like check up the nearest Walgreens right now? You can't do that?
The nearest Walgreens is walk away from me. That's
I see you on. You have a nice day then. Being rude for no reason. Like, crazy. Look at the time of month.
God damn.
Trip.
That was a terrible attitude.
It's all good. On to the next though. Yeah, nobody ever actually said that to me before. Like that was kind of crazy right there. She's a runner. Y'all, the switch up be crazy, man. It's like why you just go there? You say you was good on me, go well. What's up?
I can help you.
Nah, I'm good. I don't need your help.
You sure?
Yeah, I don't need your help. I'll find you. Take down the street, I'll find it. It's all
But
good.
I can help you. I just got the address.
Nah, I'm good. I don't need your help.
Are you
if
sure?
It's not giving genuine right now, so I'm
I
good.
can do something else for you.
Do what?
I don't know. I can just show you a good time.
Show me a good time. I don't need for a good time. I just need you to help me for Walgreens. But hold on, can you not like it's my whip right there? Right now, I'm good on you. Like I said, you said it's right down the street. I'll find
I'm not good
myself.
on you though. I want to see what's between
Between my parents.
Yeah.
Why you being like so forward like that, like blunt right now? Like.
What you mean? I'm interested.
So every guy you run into, you say things like that too, or something? Yes. So every guy you like, you just say, I want to get between my parents.
Yeah. And I'm doing it to you too, because I'm telling you the truth. So what's
Well, I'm good on it though. And I'm good on it. You have a nice day, all right?
No, come here.
Come here for what? I'm not wasting my time.
I can be everything you need me to be.
Like what?
I can give good head.
Listen, I ain't asked you for nothing. I just asked you for nearest Walgreens. I'm not trying to know you. I'm not trying to be no friend.
Well, I'm trying to
I just asked you my phone there. I'm trying to find nearest Walgreens.
Okay, I have the address right here. Let's run to Walgreens.
It's cool. I'm gonna find it myself. Like I said, it's not giving to you right now. You didn't come back because you wanted to help me. I think you came back because of this whip right now.
It's not about the whip.
will.
So why you come back then? Let's be honest.
I came back because, you know, I said he seems like a nice guy. Then I saw you had a nice car, so I'm like...
Yeah, because of this car. So partially the reason because of this car. Because your whole energy just changed. Now.
My energy didn't change.
You being so rude on the sidewalk though, right? You done told him, you told me my auntie should have raised me better. That's something you should have kept to yourself. Then you said something like, find yourself, walk. You got some bull. Whatever you said, like, see, you just being rude, and I ain't rocking with this shit.
What? That's weird.
That's weird. I'm matching your energy right now.
I'm just trying to show you better.
Nah, I'm good on that. Like first press is everything.
Good on the sloppy top.
I'm good on that. I didn't ask you for that.
I can do it for you.
You do it for me, huh?
Yes.
Where you from?
I'm from Palestine, Texas.
Oh, okay. Do a spin for me. Check you out.
Feel the thrill of drag racing with No Limit Drag Racing 2. This game brings you unmatched tuning, endless...
Check you out. Oh. That's all you?
Yep.
Homegrown?
Yep, no BBL.
No BBL, huh?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Let me hop out real quick. Y'all, that stuff right there, like, I can't believe, God. These type of cars right here, you might just lose respect for themselves. He talking about sloppy toppy. She trying to let me hit right now. She don't even know my name. Watch this. You ask me she know my name. What's your name? Justice. You know her name?
No.
That's crazy. So you came back trying to give me sloppy toppy. You didn't know my name.
At the end of the day, it's not about knowing your name. It's about what I'm going to show you.
Oh, you real touchy though, huh?
What's the problem?
You was real touchy.
At the end of the day, what's the problem?
So why would they do that to you? It would have been a problem, right?
No, because you have a nice car, your life is
Okay, so what that mean?
that I can give you some sloppy toppy.
So just because me having this nice car, that's what brings folks ready to eat up.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm ready to show you a good time.
Show me a good time.
You deserve it.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Are you single?
Yeah.
What is it right here? Ambition?
Yeah.
Oh, ambitious.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
In bed.
In bed, huh? Okay, I'm testing what you got. Oh, I didn't even see that. What does it say right here? Trisha? Trisha? Who that?
My mama.
Okay. How would the mom put you right here acting like this?
Oh, she don't care.
She don't care. You sure?
She just want me to be the successful man like you.
I'm pretty sure mom do care.
She want me to be the successful man like you.
Oh yeah? So how your dad would feel like this?
He don't care. He in a wheelchair. He don't care.
He in a wheelchair. So just because he's in a wheelchair, he don't care?
No.
That's...
So, I'm just trying to show you a good time.
But like, why those not giving? I don't know. You give me setup vibes right now. Like you just came to me trying to give me sloppy toppy. Let's give me setup vibes.
But you just want the address to Walgreens. So
yeah, I mean that kind of do that. I can ask for the address to Walgreens. I'm trying to get there.
Everybody.
But you trying to get in my whip and eat up right now.
Everybody needs something from somebody. So if you want me to eat you up, just say that. Like.
No, that's what you wanted to do though.
That's what I wanted.
You the one initially. Like you the one that said it first though, right?
Okay, so what?
Hold on, do a spin for me real quick. Okay. Okay, hop inside. Don't waste my time. Waste my time taking you down. So what you do for her?
I just do OF content.
Oh yeah? How long have you been doing it?
I've been doing it for about 3 years.
So what are you doing there? What type of content you do?
Solo content.
Maybe you get hit on her?
I don't know.
You eating up on her? Why?
Because.
Let me see the content you do. Or I can see it in person.
Which one do you think you deserve?
I mean, you tell me.
You think you deserve in person?
I mean, you tell me. You came back to sloppy toppy and all that. What you, like I said,
okay, so I'm showing you I can get sloppy toppy. It's nothing. Like, you want me to find the video for you?
That means.
I want you to hear the sound.
Yeah, I want to see if you really bought it.
So, what does that mean?
When
you see if I'm really about it.
I want to see if you're about it, then that means you got my time. How long you been single?
For about 2
years. That seems like treating you right now. Oh, really? So you posted on there too?
No.
Why not?
Because it wasn't the guy who I wanted to be with.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's him, maybe I don't know. I gotta keep searching for him.
Okay. So what type of guys you into? What's your type?
I like
nice. So you like that with nice cars, chocolate.
Nice life put together. You smell good. You look like you packing. Like when I see you walk away, it just looks like your stuff is so big.
Oh, okay. So it gives like you want to give you type hey there in that video.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you enjoyed one?
I did. I'm a proud eater.
Yeah. Okay. So you came back trying to eat. That was your whole, like, you know, just to come back, eat, boom, then what after that?
After that, we just gonna keep, you know, we might mingle here and there, but, you know, I give good sloppy toppy. So at the end of the day, I can't promise you I'm gonna call you back. I'm gonna be on to the next.
Play on to the next. That's how it is. On to the next.
How life works.
I mean, that's cool with me. I'm cool one night. You know, I'm cool with that.
Yeah. But I don't think you're gonna be cool with that after I do what I'm gonna do to you, because I'm gonna put a spell on you.
You put a spell on me? Nah, I'm good. I don't do the spells. You put a spell on me? Nah. That's crazy works right there. That's crazy works.
I feel like that's what you deserve. You got a nice car.
Why you was being so rude though? Why you was being so rude like?
Because I felt like, who is this man standing on the side of the street asking me to see him for Walgreens? Like,
what you mean?
Until I saw your car, I'm like, okay, he might be working with us.
I might be working with us something. So you came back because of this car. So if I was steady walking, you would have kept walking as well?
I would have not talked to you. And I'm telling you that to your face.
So you're not talking to me? So I'm saying, I'm looking for somebody that's like genuine, not one that just fake it right now. You're not giving genuine right now. You came back because of this car. You don't really care about it. But no, it's not. Because you're not really trying to get to know me as a person.
At the end of the day, you don't understand what's going on in this world. Everybody needs somebody for something. You're beneficial to me. What's going on in this world? Everybody needs somebody for something. You're beneficial to me. I'm beneficial to you.
So how you give me the benefits? Like, what you gonna do for my car? So what my car doing?
It's giving me the aesthetic.
Yeah, aesthetic. So you think I can go in my car all day?
Yeah, like just be like your passenger friend.
Nah, that's what you gotta earn.
I'm gonna earn it by giving you sloppy top.
Nah, I need more than that.
I can give you more than that.
Like what?
Money.
That's what you give me money?
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy, dog. I'm good. I don't need your money. So you be giving guys money?
No, I'll just do it for you.
For me?
Yeah. I just want to make you happy so that I can be in this passenger seat, getting what I want. So whatever I have to do to meet those requirements, that's fine.
Okay. So I need to talk about like 150 with the man. Probably no problem to you though, because you just say you don't mind giving me money, right? So you can't care too much about 50, right?
When it comes to you, I'll go 50 with you. But any other thing, you know.
So what made me so special?
Your car.
Okay. So anybody that got one of these cars, they think it's special.
I'm sorry for you. I can't get it.
What's wrong with that? Nothing wrong with that.
I'm not thinking.
So right now you just booked off this cover. They got that car that don't mean that they ain't happy. Like, they might not be into things like this.
Well, like you gotta stick with it.
I said they might not be into things like that though. They might put their money into stocks, crypto, houses.
And that's fine. So if you're putting into stocks and crypto, where's the money? Because
they don't care about that.
Okay, so what do you care?
I'm not care about these.
Because clearly when you put up in this car, you was like, I'm gonna get me a daddy, and then you saw me and I got in the car. Now
I saw you trying to get up the time Walgreens. I didn't actually intentionally to come to you trying to get to know you trying to get the time Walgreens. So you came back.
So you trying to find Walgreens and it's not the car.
Yeah, my phone.
Okay, so that's when you met me. I was a little rude at first, but okay, we can skip past that.
No, I can't skip past that.
What?
Like I said, first impression is everything. That shows me how you really are as a person. Like I say, if I had this, if I had this car, you would not be talking real nice right now.
At the end of the day, I just feel like that's weird for you to invite me into your car and you want to have an attitude.
No, I'm just being honest with you. I'm trying to fit your brain.
There's a fire on the bridge.
Because I just asked you to give me some sloppy toppy because you have a nice car. As a man,
I mean, listen, we can go back to the carrier, we can get that rocket, but that's probably it. So I think.
Okay, and that's fine.
So you with that?
I'm different.
Well, I'm sorry, let me tell you one more time.
Okay.
I'm good on that. I don't know why I feel like this. Come here. I don't know why I feel like it's easy to give it like that. I'm good on that. Do this for one more time. Hold on. Come on, wait. Let me see. but y'all, I don't like too easy like that. I just get set up, just get all type of shit on my road. Ooh, what's been?
Welcome to your favorite news network, the Dusty News Network. You know, first nigga on this girl first. And I'm so excited to be your host today. Breaking news.
You talking about shit?
My favorite singer of all time, Mary J. Blige, had an awesome song called Good Love. And some of y'all like that love where somebody is whooping your ass for you to be in a relationship with them because you dysfunctional and you need Jesus. But some of y'all take it to a whole nother level because y'all want that hood love / pookie love in a whole other community. You don't want to just be in the black community with your BS. You gotta go over there and take it to the white.
I ain't dating no hood white girl.
That is exactly what is happening with this sister by the name of Olacia Tate. Stop the show. I have never met him ever by the name of Olacia. That is almost as ghetto as shit.
It's kind of like Nicki Minaj's name.
Her name is Olacia. But you want to know what's even more ghetto? She got a white baby daddy by the name of Rico Cash. What state is he from? Tennessee. Stop the show again. What I always tell you, North Carolina, Florida, Georgia, Tennessee. The 4 dustiest states always on my damn show. But you know what's up? They went viral for all the wrong reasons. Now, for purposes of YouTube, we can't show you everything. But we can show you that this lady, Olacia, likes putting hands and feet on her white baby daddy. Even while he driving the car with their daughter in the back.
With the baby in the car.
It's crazy. It's just crazy. Got my daughter in the back seat. While I'm driving, she want to keep hopping on me. Cars passing in traffic. Could hit them. Could have hit cars passing in traffic.
She tying her up like she getting ready for a fight, dog.
About my daughter's life. Because you don't give a about you.
Now that's all I can show you right now. But if most of you who have seen this all across Worldstar Hip Hop, if you've seen it all across the internet, you know exactly what
I'm gonna have to find a video.
It's been crazy. This woman been beating his ass all over the internet. And it got so bad that the man had to start recording this whole situation. Now what's messed up is they met, I guess, when he was in the penitentiary or whatever else. In fact, let's get more into it. Okay guys, so there is a situation going on in Tennessee with a particular guy by the name of Rico Cash. He's a white guy.
Is he a rapper?
And you know,
why his name Rico Cash?
I would say, you know, it's kind of hanging out with the black dudes, kind of acting black. As you can see here in the background, into the pen. I don't know if he's a Crip or not, but you know, he's like that, right? And his baby mama is a chick by the name of Olacia Tate. Now, Olacia Tate has been going viral for attacking her baby daddy, like even inside the car, inside the house. And what he's been doing is he's been recording her, okay? So even though with the recordings going on, she is still engaging in the activity.
Talking about it's 2 sides to every story. No, it's my side. Nope.
you're a big, fast boy. You want a bike that's as fast as it is loud, that you can wear flip-flops on and crack dank nooners with ease. Maybe you want to stretch it and lower it and cover it in hentai. Well, there's one class of motorcycles that stands apart from the rest of the crowd as a favor of squids, stretchy boy degenerates, and track ads alike. You need a Gixxer. But the question is, what Gixxer? There's a whole lot of them, from shockingly good GXXR 1000s to the absolutely wretched GSX 250Rs, to the great and mighty Hayabusa, the king of bikes, and the greatest beginner motorcycle ever made. Well, lucky for you, my young squidlet, we're about to break down the world of Gixxer ownership, starting from the first time you saw a dude with frosted tips dismounting on his Chrome 750, all the way up to that fateful moment where you took the plunge with that 2002 Gixxer 600 Street Fighter you bought for $800. That's right, we're taking aim at some of the most notorious sport bikes ever made, and instead of making a video about each one of them, we're going to talk about all of them in one fell swoop. And there's a lot of bikes to cover since Suzuki spent the last 40 years cranking out squid missiles, so ditch that helmet, grab a wife beater, and let's find out if the Gixxer is all it's cracked up to be. But first, a word from today's sponsor. Me! Have you ever been bored or scrolling through YouTube late at night trying to answer the eternal question R3 or Ninja 400 only to stumble across this handsome boy who calls himself Clammy Dudes and keeps shouting about turbo boosters? Well, my nubile young squid, that boy is me, and I'm here to tell you about some of the freshest motorcycling memes out there. Seriously, we employ teams of scientists testing the efficacy of every single thing we say. That way you know for sure that when I tell you that the Turbo Boost is the best beginner bike of all time, you can buy with confidence. Oh yeah, we also give away motorcycles from time to time. In fact, we've got 7 up for grabs right now. Look at it. Look at the flex. Look at this. My God! Including our R1 giveaway, which is ending on September 15th. So if you want to win a shiny red leader bike that won't have you mercilessly clowned on like some Gixxer boy, you need to head over to youtube.co and get entered. You'll get access to our Discord server, weekly live streams, and exclusive content. The best way to do it. Click the link down below and get started. Now back to for sale in Japan only. Up with that, which is followed by a 750 in 1985 and an 1100 in 1986. These bikes were Suzuki's answers to the new shift in the Japanese market, leaving the old UJM style of motorcycles for more performance-oriented machines. Honda had introduced the VF series of motorcycles, and Yamaha came to bat with the XC750. Suzuki, well, they made a race bike with lights. The GSXR 750 made 100 horsepower and 52 foot-pounds of torque out of its 748cc inline 4, and it weighed in at 408 pounds wet, which is a featherweight compared to the modern sport bikes. It was created to compete in the AMA Superbike series, which dropped axle engines 1025 to 50, and the competition was fierce. It took them a few years, but they did manage to dethrone the Honda in 1989 with the Gen 2 750. This bike was making 112 horsepower and 55 foot-pounds of torque, but somehow managed to cram another 90 pounds worth of stuff into it, giving it a wet weight of almost 500 pounds. Now, while the 750 was stealing the show in the racing world, Suzuki was making 250s for the Japanese market. It had a 248cc inline 4 making 45 horse and 18 foot-pounds of torque, which compared to the modern 250s is a freaking rocket ship. But don't worry, I have a whole thing about the modern GSX 250R coming in a few minutes. This was a water-cooled 4-stroke carbureted bike, which compared to the 750 was shockingly advanced. Suzuki also made an 1100cc variant, which is just an example of speed and excess. It was a beefy boy making 143 horse and 86 foot-pounds of torques, but with that impressive power came 530 pound wet weight. It's an 1127cc displacement made it way too big to compete in any competitive arena, so much like the Busa, it roamed the highways doing massive top speed pulls. The third generation came in 1992 and featured a new 600cc model, featuring a 599cc inline 4 pumping at 106 horse and 48 foot-pounds. However, none of the other models had managed to work their way from out of the shadow of the 750, which updated, Jesus Christ. However, none of the other models had managed to work their way out from under the shadow of the 750, which was updated with liquid cooling, more power, more torque, and less weight. This is also the last generation of 750s to feature the power jet in the carbs, which helped smooth out the top-end power. The Avenue corporate stance on carburetors is that they all suck and can die in a fire. But if you absolutely must have a carb Gixxer out of some sort of masochistic hate of fun or deep-rooted self-loathing, this is the year to buy. It was the full package, an adjustable suspension, quality brakes, and classic old-school sport bike looks. I'm going to skip over generations 4 and 5, but TLDR, its new looks in 94 and the new aluminum frame in 96. Instead, I want to move away from the flagship 750 and talk about the Speed Force. By now we all know the stories, but for those of you who don't, this was a period where all the Japanese motorcycle manufacturers were competing to make the single fastest motorcycle they could. You had the VFR 1000R at 150 miles per hour, then the next year the Kawasaki Ninja 900 at 158, then the Bimota YB6X up at 170 is a weird Italian entry, then the Ninja ZX11 at 175 miles per hour, then finally the Honda CBR 1100 XX Super Blackbird Big Stunk and Huge King Dick with 180 miles per hour. It was one fast bike after another, but none of these bikes were competing on the track. It was just about straight line speed, so it ended up being on the story on page 3 while the 750 classic bikes were busy taking up the front page spotlight. But in 1999, Suzuki took their red-headed stepchild, the GSX-R 1100, and used the Squid Stone and evolved into the GSX 1300R Hayabusa. Rumor had it that it would do over 200 miles per hour, or it could do 199 right off the showroom floor, but in reality it could only achieve a paltry 194 miles per hour. So that was enough to completely crush all the other bikes in the Speed Wars. The story goes the Japanese government sent a letter to Suzuki, Honda, Yamaha, and Kawasaki, asking them kindly to stop the Speed Wars, and a secret agreement was reached that no bike would exceed around 186 miles per hour in stock form. It's one of the greatest bedtime stories in the modern motorcycling world. If you want to learn more regular car reviews, posted a great video several years ago detailing the history of the Hayabusa. Now a bunch of squids turned it into rolling turbo light shows with tractor tires in the rear and swing arms inversely proportional to the size of their manhood. But back to the Gixxers. The next major development came in 2000 with a complete redesign and fuel injection. Wow! No more cars! No more cars!
With Asana, AI teammates are here to help level up your goals. Try it for free.
Join the more than 7 million adults, like Maria, who've taken Ozempic.
I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes 10 years ago. It was overwhelming, but it didn't stop me from opening my own soul.
They also released the GSX-R 1300. Nope. I really want to talk about boosters, I guess. They also released the GSX-R 1000, which replaced the 1100 in the era of the GSX-R 750 came to an abrupt end as racing moved away from the 750 class. The K1 made 160 horse and 81 foot-pounds of torque out of its 988cc liquid-cooled inline 4. It weighed in at 430 pounds and was a properly fast-going 0 to 60 in 3 seconds, including the quarter mile in 10.1 at 142 miles per hour. It was lighter and faster than the R1, making it top of the class. Suzuki tinkered and fiddled with the 1000 over the next 4 years until they reached the zenith of squid missiles. The engine championed by the ever diehard Suzuki boy, the K5. Just saying K5 around a Gixxer bro will cause his mouth to water in a Pavlovian response, but why was it so good? Well, it saw a bump to 998ccs and put down 178 horse and 87 pounds of torque. It was made into an all-new frame that was lighter and shorter, dropping its weight down to 366 pounds dry. Reliable wet numbers are hard to find, but it was certainly under 430 pounds wet. This bike wasn't without problems, though. To save weight, Suzuki made the frame just large enough to contain the engine without cracking when the bikes hit big bumps or low-speed drops. Now, those are the big historical moments for the Gixxer family, but what if you wanted a showroom shiny bike? Which of the 4 proper GSX-Rs should you buy? Let's start at the bottom of the GSX 250R. This is a piece of garbage. Do not buy this motorcycle. It has an itty-bitty 249cc parallel twin, making a whole 25 horsepower and 17 pounds of torque, and weighs in at 392 pounds. That's pathetic! Absolutely pathetic! GSX 250R, when the MT-03 is just a little bit too scary. To give you some context, the Duke 390, the most patrician of beginner bikes, makes 42 horse and weighs in at 338 pounds wet. The GSX 250R is the most pathetic attempt to break into the beginner bike market. Suzuki would have been better off literally just not making this motorcycle. The only thing redeeming about this rolling atrocity is its low price tag at $4,499, but the MT-03 costs just $100 more, and you can make them super fun with just a couple of mods. So scrounge around through your couch, find a couple coins, rub them together, and then you can get an MT-03. Hell, even the CBR 300R makes 30 horsepower, and you can get one of those on Craigslist for a carton of cigarettes and a pair of old tennis shoes. Now, I know a bunch of people are about to chime in down in the comments saying that it's for Asian markets, but remember how the old 250 used to make damn near 50 horsepower? There is no reason to buy a GSX 250R, period. End of discussion. I say this as a reluctant Suzuki Hayabusa boy. Moving up, we have the GSX-R 600. This is the motorcycle for the most aspiring track day junkie. It features a 599cc inline-4 pumping out 125 horse, 50 foot-pounds of torque, weighs in at 412 pounds wet. Contrary to popular opinion, the top speed of this motorcycle is not 186 miles per hour on the freeway, but rather 157. Don't let that dissuade you, though. The GSX-R 600 is one of the most solid platforms to turn into a race bike that you can get. It's got fully adjustable Showa suspension, slipper clutch, Brembo brakes, rider modes, electronics, and more. It's also known as one of the most robust 600s ever. They apparently pulled super hard, and resident fast boy and somewhat frequent guest on the channel, Brandon Altmaier, says it's the best in the class. He knows better than I do. Listen to him. You can't swing a stick at a track without hitting a gaggle of GSX-R 600 riders, and there's a reason they're so popular. They're also only $11,399 on the showroom floor, which is not bad compared to the R6's $12,000 price point. Next up on the ladder, we have the GSX-R 750. Now, the best way to think of this bike is like the 600, but it's all hopped up on cocktail of pre-workout shakes and Monster energy drinks. It's packing a 749cc inline-4, making 148 horse and 64 foot-pounds of torque. It's not too much heavier than the 600 and only 418 pounds wet, and while it's a great track weapon, this is typically the choice of street squids doing fat 60 to 160 pulls. It's got the same features as the 600, so just paying $12,499 for a bigger engine. Last, we have the Big Daddy Gixxer 1000. It's got a 999999999cc inline-4, making 100.
Hello?
$99,999,999 from a $17,699 Top King Dig Leader bike. Rider modes, launch control, cornering ABS, traction control, bidirectional quick shifter, fully adjustable suspension, a leg massager, a back rubber, and it might even give you a handy sometimes. The works! It's a solid choice for those squids out there who'd rather have a stretch kit and lights instead of a cross-point crank. Also, apparently the 1000 pulls super duper hard. Like really hard. But Papa Yams, I desperately want to start out on a Gixxer, pop wheelies and flips and not be judged. Unfortunately, there is not really a good starter Gixxer. The 250 is a six-toed hummer. The 600 race bike, the 750 is a race bike on steroids, and the 1000 is just a GP bike on something from one of the other big four, or getting a DRZ if you have the patience to put up carburetors. That, or you could get yourself a Hayabusa. Just saying. So, I hate to break it to you, but this video is actually over. But if you hit this one right over here, keep watching.
Yo, what up? You home? Is Hilkiah back with you? Oh, are they there at the house or no? Well, because I keep calling her and she ain't answering the phone. Tell her to answer the phone. Can you do that for me? Because I'm about to come through and bring his humidifier and whatnot. And I want to know if he needs food. You hungry? Want some? What you want? Yeah, I'll get you both Whoppers. Cheese? Everything on it, right? Regular Whopper? What you want to drink? Sprite. Alright, put your